Volare. Oh. Yeah, baby. We are sitting here on Tuesday. I'm alive, but I'm all by myself. I'm alive, but I'm by myself. Yeah, we got some nice movers here today. Yep. We are looking good. I'm looking on the other screen. Bear with me. SoFi. Beautiful. Someone asked about Novo Nordisk yesterday. That's why you don't buy these things. QS QuantumScape. What goes up must come down. We have tech moving. United Health down. PayPal staying down. Interesting. Fubo, yo. I should be working. Stocks only go up. Fubo. So Fubo, we'll start with Fubo since everyone's pretty pumped about it. As you see, Fubo popped up right at the open. They're hitting 420. Shout out, Sparkram if you got him. 420, channeling down, coming right back down to this support here. Looks like about 373. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a bounce. Markets were higher and they started to pull back and sell off just recently. So we'll see if Fubo can hold up. But we got some prelim results that were kind of above expectations here. As you see, expects 340,000 paid subs in Q2, net loss of $8 million, raised North American revenue forecast to $365 million, international revenue projected at $8.5 million. So again, you know, a couple of quarters ago, well, a couple of months back, we recommend that you use a stream bitrate of 6,800. Is that a big deal? How big of a deal is that? I don't know. But, alright, whatever. Stream bitrate. Someone try to remind me of that next time. So, Fubo, yeah, let's get into some of these numbers here. Prelim results. See, so they were expecting the subscriber dip. They were expecting the dip in revenue from North America. Now you can see Fubo's expecting 365 million. Analysts were expecting the low 350s. So that's a pretty good bump above expectations. Expects North American paid subscribers to exceed 1.35 million in second quarter versus prior view of what was 1.24 million. What did I say? Right? This happened last time as well, if you recall, right? It was like this time last year. Same thing happened. And they were like, oh, subscribers going to be light. We got to lower guidance. Boom, they beat the stock up. What did I say? I said, give them a quarter or two, right? Let's see if this is the steady trend or if we turn around in 3-6 months and all of a sudden they're back above expectations and they reiterate the initial guidance, right? You guys remember that. And now you can see it's basically the same thing happening again, right? They beat it up. They took it out of the spotlight because they were warning about potential subscriber dips. And everybody was like, oh, this thing sucks. And now, boom, what do you know? Now we're above subscribers and we're on the up and up, right? Company's net loss expected to be about $8 million, slightly above estimates of 7.7. Results coming August 8th. But technically, we do have a good little prelim report here. Prior guidance, 345 million for North America. They're expecting 365 plus. Rest of the world, 8.5 million. They were looking for 7 million. Net loss, 8 million. This time last year, 18 million. Adjusted EBITDA, again, they were talking about the positive adjusted EBITDA plan for 2025. Adjusted EBITDA is expected to be at least $20 million, marking the company's first quarter of positive adjusted EBITDA. The company, again, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization. The company expects to end the quarter with at least $285 million in cash, cash equivalents, and restricted cash. So, what's this? Has announced a pause in providing future guidance due to the pending business combination with Hulu. Yep. Company has withdrawn its previous communicated 2025 profitability target and will not provide subscriber and revenue guidance during this period. Yeah, well, we're going to get that further down the road, hopefully after this whole merger acquisition thing takes place. Year-over-year improvement. August 8th. Okay. So yeah, Fubo. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to hold that line. I don't know. It might actually break down. In my opinion, this was good news. Again, because the reason why so many investors and traders may have jumped ship on something like Fubo, again, was because the subscriber growth was dipping and was expected to dip. So we were beating the stock up. A lot of people exited. But now, again, as you see, we're technically above this trend line here. If you look at the kind of top resistance, what are we at? 391, right? And if we cut across like that, right, to that next top, you can see we technically spiked up right above it. I said this morning when I saw Fubo, I said Fubo 4.25. I was looking at this fib right here, 423. Stock hits 420. So off by a nickel, not too bad. But you can see how we got above this resistance, but then rejected, but we're still technically sitting right at this trend line here. So we might have some tightening. And then, well, what'd they say? The 8th, right? So that's here. So we might have some tightening. And then if they do come out and they beat expectations, which it sounds like they have a pretty good chance to, then you might see the pop back up here, right? And you might see 430, 440. So it might start breaking up. But they might wait until earnings for that to happen. I thought it would hold 4+, but it has been kind of volatile, so I appreciate the fact some people are taking profits maybe, on the pop. You wake up, you see it at $4, so you sell. Understandable. And again, long term, hopefully once this merger goes through with Disney, again, this is going to be Fubo and Hulu. So what's going on? What's the target on Fubo? Well, I've done so many videos in the past. I don't know, $7, my opinion. Again, I like to keep it conservative. Realistically, in this market, again, something like ASTS pre-revenue sitting at 20 billion market cap. So Fubo, I mean, I could say it can go to $20 a share. And honestly, it should, and it could, right? Will it, though, is a different story. Also, let's take a look at HGraph because I'm just too damn good. Oh, baby. HGraph with another 15% pop. Currently sitting at 71 cents. New all-time high, 72 cents. Again, initially brought to you on this channel at 8.5 cents. Oh, no, excuse me. Originally brought to you on this channel at 11.5 cents with an update at 8.5 cents. The average person who actually watches my videos and takes me seriously and has a head on their shoulders, you should have a cost basis of 10, 12, 14 cents a share on something like this. So 90% of my viewers, in my opinion, should have been involved in something like this. And obviously you're up several 100%. So let's throw out some dubs in the chat there for HGraph. Sip my coffee. AMD doesn't stop. Yeah, that's because it was tremendously undervalued. Okay? That's because it was tremendously undervalued. And when I called it here, you all looked at this. Look at that, a dip for 2 months. A dip that lasted 2 months. And now it's been raging for the last 3 straight. hitting new highs. Look at this, 181 as we speak, 181.64. Right? And again, we were early at 120. I admit it, right? I admit it. See, this is what I mean. If you saw my videos and decided to try to trade and time AMD with calls, you lost. If you bought shares because it was simply a brand name company in the space that was beaten up, battered down, right? The Buffett method. Again, even if you bought early and had to wait 3 months to get back to break even, you are now up 50% with a cost of 120. Right? And again, we're not even talking about averaging down here in the 90s, in the 80s. No. If you just bought there when I spoke about it at 120 and held, you are up 50%. And in my opinion, it's going to keep going. It's probably going to 200 plus. Look at that. Look at that. This is why I say, again, you know, people want to come in, they want to tell me their war stories. Oh, I put 200 grand into this thing. It was worth 1.8 mil. Now I'm down to 300 grand. Like, with all due respect, like, that's your problem. Honestly. I don't know what else to say without being a complete schmuck about it. Because as I keep saying, you know, not to be too arrogant, but in my opinion, this is easy. In my opinion, this is easy, especially in this market, right? Market just keeps climbing up and hitting highs. We're green 4 out of every 5 days. So the fact that you can't make a hit list of a handful of stocks that you like and watch them and buy them at fair or undervalued valuations and then just hold and wait for the growth, that's what I mean. If you're sitting there, $50,000, $300,000 account, $1.8 million account. If you're able to buy some size, if you're able to buy shares instead of having to time like some cheap ass $40 call because you only have $200, right? Those aren't the people I'm talking about. If you have some size and you don't have to do the options and you can do shares, in my opinion, I can't even fathom an excuse as to why your account is down. If your account is down or you're only up like 10, 12%, it's you. You are the problem. People want to message me. Oh, I got 300 grand. I don't know what to do. You don't know what to do? Send it to me because it'd be worth 3 million by now. I don't know what else to tell you. This stuff is easy. In my opinion, anyway, especially in this market again. Up 100% personally. Fantastic, Rafa. Fantastic. Very happy to hear it. Well done, well done. If you happen to, again, hear my thoughts about it, if it was my video or my words that potentially got you involved into AMD, then of course that's awesome. If not, that's okay too. Hey, we got 15 viewers. Also, we can check on SMCI. SMCI, right? Again, a lot of people got a little impatient with SMCI. What I say, right? Should go right to this fib here, 61.76, 61.48. We're hanging out. NASDAQ trying to stay green. But again, right, I was saying, boom, we should see the pop up back above this support trend line here and make our way. I'm looking for about 66 1/3 going into these earnings. So we'll see what happens. SMCI, another great call. Again, I personally only have a handful of shares. Like literally a handful. And it's unfortunate because my cost is like 29 1/4. So the drop in the bucket position I have personally on SMCI is up over 100% now. And again, you know, if I had some size, that's what I mean. Even if I didn't want to hold on to my personal target of 200, right? I put in 50, 100 grand because I know what I know. And now, boom, I wake up today a couple of months later and I just made 50 grand, 100 grand, right? Bang, bang. It's easy. A handful is literally a handful. People, you know, a handful is a handful. Trust me, if I had size, I would be much more excited. I have nothing to be excited about because I am consistently picking winners and I am not personally able to take advantage of them, which is what I said from day one. I said it's going to take a while for me to build up my liquidity. So the last, whatever, 3 years, 4 years, I've been on YouTube making these videos, talking to you guys in Discord. That has 100% been for all of you. And again, the problem is there's so many, I guess, bad people, we'll call them. Again, I don't want to curse, but there's so many bad people out there who will buy something like this and then start talking about it. Even when I started making the SMCI videos and I was saying like, oh yeah, I really like it, you know, again, it was before the split, right? But I was saying like, I really like it. I think it's going to go up to like 1,500 or whatever, 2,000. You know, people right away with the comments like, yeah, I bet you think it is, right? How many shares do you own? Blah, blah, blah. And again, the reason why is because there's so many bad people out there who generated so many bad experiences for all of you, right? So you have to take everything with a grain of salt. You know, you can't just hear a video like mine and say, oh yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. And, you know, oh, he's saying he's not involved, so that's good. Completely transparent. Again, even something like MBOT, when I was able to move over a tiny amount of cash and buy myself some MBOT, I disclosed it right away in the Discord. I tagged everybody. I said, hey, just took a small position in MBOT. So again, I have nothing to hide, and something like SMCI, you know, if you think like I piled in down here and then started pumping out videos, like that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. Do you share how you screen for your picks, or is that a trade secret? I'm just too good at what I do. I don't know. Again, people, everybody wants to know how. People think there's a shortcut, like I'm gonna make some 2-minute video and give you like 3 tips of advice, and you're gonna be able to analyze the way I do. It's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Again, I have a lot of experience, and unlike 99 out of 100 people on YouTube that are trying to speak to you people about finance, I was actually a Series 7, Series 63 licensed financial advisor. And I am very confident that practically none of them on this platform can say that. There's a reason why I'm so consistent. There's a reason why I'm extremely accurate. And the times where I wasn't accurate, you know, what did it come down to? It came down to a meme stock, you know, that was being pumped all over social media from Wall Street Bets, so it headed in the opposite direction, right? I can't control that. I don't have that kind of pull. Now imagine if I had 2.5 million subs on YouTube, 500,000 followers on X, right? Then I could tweet out a picture of an Apple II, like the other schmuck did with GameStop or whatever the heck that was, and all of a sudden the stock runs 300%. I mean, think about that. Think about how good I am right now, how accurate I am. Now imagine I had that kind of influence. I could be retired inside of 30 days with the moves that we've been seeing from the influence of social media, right? Let's call a spade a spade. That's what makes you different. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Can't teach experience. 100%, Skiff. 100%. Happy to see you, brother. Happy to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Rather learn to fish than be fed. Listen, I understand, all right? Again, I look at this differently than other people. Most other people, let me tell you something. Most other people who tell themselves they want to invest, they'll research some terminology, right? They'll find out what a market cap is. They'll find out what a PE is, and they'll try to find stocks like that. A lot of people nowadays are traders because you see how quick the big returns could be on option trades or even day trades with shares. So now those traders are strictly looking at TA, right? They have to look at technical analysis, and they're drawing out lines, and they're looking for head and shoulders patterns. I know swing traders who just look at RSI. And they'll just keep pulling up stocks until they see an RSI down at like 22. And then that'll be the one that they buy and just hope for a swing, right? Hope for the reverse. So, there's a million different strategies out there. And again, it'll be hard for me to teach you because, again, I'm just on a different level. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. I don't know how else to say it. I'm just on a different level. Even when I started at the firm, I kind of knew within like the first year or two that I would absolutely be a much better analyst than a broker. Reason being, to tell you the truth, is I don't really like people. I mean, they're all right, like in small doses. But what's very frustrating about this is it just comes down to people don't listen, right? That's what it comes down to. We're looking at SMCI again up here at 60. And there's going to be people in the chat right now who missed it, didn't listen, didn't take me seriously. Is it a buy now? Right? That's what they're going to say. Is it a buy now? And that's what I mean. I can't hold your hand. You people have no idea how valuable my analysis is. Only because I haven't yet taken it away or charged hand over fist for it. Potential ascending triangle forming here on HGraph. Probably going to see a pop up here to 76, 80 cents probably coming. SMCI hit 60. Overshadowed by HydroGraph. My biggest holding now. There you go. There you go. Right? And probably when you bought both of them, you were probably like, oh, SMCI is going to be good. They're doing, AI data centers. That's going to be good. And I'll buy some HGraph. And if it does happen to pop, that'll be okay. And the exact opposite happened. So shout out to you, Vin. Shout out. Have you looked at Adobe recently? Adobe, I think I might have did a little update maybe 1 or 2 earnings ago. How have we been looking over the years? Yeah, we're kind of back to those 2020 levels. Okay. How's earnings been? On the up and up. Don't you find it amazing that every brand name tech company is able somehow, some way to just slowly tick up revenue every quarter and just slightly beat revenue every quarter? Look, isn't that amazing? Up to 5.8. Not bad. 158 billion, 23 PE. That's surprising. I thought it would be higher, actually. Yeah, UPS has been solid. We're up to $5 a share. Okay, profit dipped a little bit. Margin still above 25%. 21.5. They brought in 5.5. So what's that? 27 billion total. Yeah, of course, they're pretty much ticking up in the same proportion with revenue. This is interesting. We're seeing dips in equity. Yeah, I don't know. Might be overvalued, honestly. Might be overvalued. I mean, the business itself looks great, right? As we saw, revenue climbing, profits on the up and up. They're beating estimates. Phenomenal. share count has been actually holding and slightly decreasing, which is a good sign. The problem, though, is, as you see here, this equity. I mean, we go back the last year and a half. You can see we were up here, high 15, 16.5 billion. Now we're down here, sub 11.5 billion. That's a 30% hit on equity value. So something like Adobe, it might take them a quarter or two to bounce back up. But in my opinion, I would say overvalued. And I appreciate the fact, big tech brand name, you're looking at it. But in my opinion, there are better options, in my opinion. You should do paid signals, set up OnlyFans or something. Skiff, why don't you go take a walk? HGraph will be $4 end of year. Well, again, that's all for you guys. That's not for me. I do not own one single share. Pull back here on HGraph. Warrants in September. Warrants in September. Appreciate that input. Again, we have a potential triangle setting up here, it looks like. Right? Obviously, just drawn out quickly, but looks like we have a potential ascending triangle setting up. Any new stocks you're looking at the moment or looking to take a position yourself? I don't have any money, so I'm not taking any positions. Stocks I'm looking at, that's why I make the videos. There are more than enough stocks for you to look at and find out what I personally like, do not like. Volume continues to be insane on both the American and Canadian exchanges for HydroGraph. Yes, that is because the word is out. These are Johnny-come-latelys. Again, initially brought to you on this channel, 11.5 cents, and then again at 8.5 cents. Average cost basis, 10 cents a share. Stock sitting here at 71. That's who's who in my line of business. Appreciate the update on the volume, though. Started position in Viking Therapeutics. Their weight loss candidate is better than what is available. I wish you the best of luck. I said time and time again, I personally would steer clear of pharmaceuticals and a lot of healthcare, a lot of health insurance companies. And you can see again, they all, we did an update. I remember back in the day, we were looking at like MetLife after they reported earnings, that was down. You see United Health is down. Novo Nordisk took a hit today, down 20%. And again, I know they're not all going to crater down, but I just think that's not where the money is flowing right now, in my opinion. Chris says, thanks, man. No problem, brother. No problem. Position in Ampex. Yeah, we spoke about Ampex in the past. Recently hit highs. Down today. 7.5. But yeah, we were looking at, I don't remember exactly where it was. Maybe it was like here, or like, I don't know. But we were looking at Ampex. Again, as you see, it was down here, I don't know, like $1.50, $3, I don't remember. But obviously, even if you bought it $3, you made 200%. And again, that's what I mean, right? I did a video on this because someone requested it. I did the analysis. Obviously, I turned out correct. You could have made whatever, 200+%. And again, this is not one that I really knew anything about, right? I just pulled up the symbol and started analyzing. I didn't have a script, right? You guys know I don't write out scripts. I go completely off the top, right? And whatever, 200%, 300% move or whatever. That's what I mean. This is easy in my opinion. And what you don't understand is, in this type of environment, it makes it that much easier. You understand? That's why, again, you people out there like, oh, I'm taking a, whatever, $40,000 hit. Oh, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. PM right back up to 161. Brand name company took a hit by the dip. SB up here above 4 still. Fantastic. Still above our resistance trend line there. Beautiful. LAC, we know that's a long-term hold. See how DraftKings... Yeah, DraftKings just completely flattened out here for the last couple of weeks, just burning out traders. But they did recently get a lot of upgrades. Yeah, price target raised to 60 from 52 by Susquehanna. Again, Susquehanna, shout out to them. That was one of the only institutions, if I recall. You guys remember when SMCI got completely beaten up, right? And the stock dropped to like 17, and then as it started bouncing back to like 19, 20, we got the update from Susquehanna that they, took a big stake in SMCI. So shout out to those analysts over there at Susquehanna. If I probably, like hypothetically, if I was to start getting hounded by all these institutions and all these firms and whatnot, hedge funds, to come work for them, based on what I've been seeing recently, I'd probably go with Susquehanna just because they seem the most level-headed. Yeah, Trump, I was looking for more upgrades. Oh yeah, maintained buy at Stifle, right? Price target lowered slightly from 53 to 51, but again, stocks here in the low 40s, right? Potential 20% move. So we're seeing a lot of price targets coming out for DraftKings at like 50 plus here. Look, again, Truist price target raised to 55 from 50, right? This is all in the last couple of weeks, as you see, last couple of weeks. So it's looking like it's probably going to go higher. Maintained buy at benchmark. Price target raised from 45 to 50. See? So you're noticing the trend here. Maintained overweight. Morgan Stanley. Price target raised from 51 to 52. Rivian. Frickin' EVs. If you want to buy an EV stock, you buy Tesla, right? Because we know that Tesla misses earnings and somehow goes higher. So that's why people who are like, oh, what about NIO? What about Rivian? Why? Why? Just buy the leader in the space. What are you doing? If I told you some random startup tech company is going to try to compete with Apple and make their own AirBuds, iBuds, or whatever the frick they're called, again, would you put 50 grand into that startup, or would you just buy the leader in the space? Let's be serious. Oil up 1%. Not good. Not good. We're back above the moving average here. What? See, I really thought it was going to break lower, so I guess my apologies for that trade. And see, I'm just worried if we're kind of now, like, up and up, right? If we're, like, up and up now, are we going to bounce and spike up and make higher highs now? And I guess I was on the wrong side of the fence on that one, but I disagree, of course, because I'm incorrect. But I thought it would drop down. But we do know that one announcement, made overseas or anything, and boom, we're going to start dropping or spiking. So, it's tied to the headlines. Pullback seems logical on HGraph, but logic is out the window sometimes. Do not refer to logic, realism, any of that crap when talking about my winners like HGraph, MBOT. There's a reason they're up several 100%. There's a reason they were buys. There's a reason the FOMO's taking place. There's a reason the Johnny-come-latelys are showing up now. You do not compare these to Palantir, ASTS. That's not what you do. Especially since The uneducated amateur investors on social media aren't even aware of these two names yet. You really think if HGraph was on Wall Street Bets, it'd be sitting here at 70 cents? Stock would be at 370 right now. Selling off, NASDAQ dropping down. Could potentially be wedging too, getting ready for maybe like an 11:30, 12 o'clock bounce. Campbell's back at 33. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, see, they beat it up extra. Again, you have to remember also, the market makers see what we're seeing, right? So that's what I mean. Something like CPB, I had people over here when I was talking about it, bought calls, right? And they got burned. And now it's on the way up, right? So that's what I mean. They see the wedge. They know everyone's buying calls. So they drop the stock down even lower, hitting new lows sub 30. Burn you out, you expire worthless, now they bounce it. Because what you don't understand is options are for small investors who are looking for big, quick returns. The average wealthy investor, if you, and again, not even wealthy, right? A couple of 100,000, let's say, right? The average kind of sizable, larger investor. You know, when they buy options, it's more of an insurance play, right? If they step in right now, let's just say, and buy like 20,000 shares of Campbell's, they'll buy some puts just in case as insurance. I mean, of course, you have certain situations, like if you have a large NVIDIA position, some people, whatever, you know, I'll do some covered calls or whatever. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm talking about in general, though, right? The people who were my clients, the people who had millions of dollars. Those people aren't too heavy in options. I'm telling you that much right now. So that's what I mean. A situation like CPB is a perfect example. You're over there maybe with a smaller account, right? You got a couple of $100, couple of thousand. Someone like me, I mean, I'm right more than I'm wrong, right? No one's perfect. But you see the success rate. I talk about Campbell's. I say I like it. So you take a shot. But the problem is, again, you couldn't afford to buy the shares, right? So you had to buy like one or two cheap calls a couple of weeks out and hopefully look for the breakup. But again, they beat it up before breaking it up, right? So you, small-time investor, got burned, made a donation, you got screwed. Meanwhile, larger investors who saw what I saw and began building a position, piecing their way in, they bought here, they bought here, they bought here. Now it's here. Soon it'll be here, and then it'll be back here. You understand how it works? So investors will make, in my opinion, 20 to 30% on CPB. Easily. Traders lost money. You understand the difference? I keep liking people about this channel and they don't want to listen. That's, you know, again, Tyler, it's not my problem. That, you know, it's, I keep telling people, sorry. Not my problem. I don't know what else. Again, unless people literally give me access and control over all of your accounts, right? I mean, what else can I do? But honestly, I will say this. If you've been following me for months or even a year or two, and again, I come out, I talk about something like MBOT, I come out, I talk about something like HGraph, like, if you're not taking these positions, this is not my problem, right? If you're not taking these positions, this is not my problem. And again, it goes back to you cherry picking. You cannot cherry pick the calls. It's just not how it works. And I know, like, we used to have those lines and stuff that we would say on the phone to people like you. But, in the end, it's really true. In the end, it's really true. Because you have to remember, if you're taking the bat out of my hands, and you're the one who's making the calls, and you're not really listening to me, then it's that logical, right? Then, at the end of the day, you're not listening to me. So it has nothing to do with me. I'm sorry. But I will not take responsibility for your shortcomings, your mistakes. If I make 5 calls and you decide to, just randomly buy one and it doesn't work out, that's your problem. That's not mine. And honestly, that's what actually frustrated me about AMD. Because at the time, I was making other good calls as well. But everyone jumped into AMD and people bought AMD calls, right? And then we saw it continue to sell off. So they lost money with AMD and they were like, oh, this sucks. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Meanwhile, everything else I was talking about was on the up and up and could have made you money. But you decided what you wanted to cherry pick, what you felt was the right call. And that's what happened, right? HG on the Canadian exchange hitting $1. Oh, baby. $1 even. HG on the CSE. Good update. Appreciate it. Look into CXW as well. I don't have to look into CXW. I looked into it multiple times. In my opinion, I know where the stock is going. Sound taking a dive this morning, still holding strong for earnings. I think a lot of options are expiring on the 1st, which is why they're trying to push the price down. Yeah, maybe. So options are a donation scam then. Only when it doesn't work, right? It's a donation. Then, of course, when it works, it's the best investment vehicle since sliced bread. But, yeah, options... It's a toss-up, man. It's a toss-up. And again, something like DraftKings, right, is kind of like that mid-range stock that you could see like a quick 50-100% move on options. So, it could be like a good name for a lot of smaller investors to trade. But, I mean, there are days, where I'll say calls on DraftKings and it should be going up and it continues to drop down. And, of course, vice versa, right? So that's what makes options extremely difficult. That's what makes options extremely difficult. And you'll notice again, even the people who do nothing but options trading, if you really pay attention, the success rate isn't that high. And again, it's nothing against them, right? I'm sure they did a lot of research. I'm sure they learned about every single candle formation. And they know about every pattern, and they watch the volume and the price action. I'm sure they're going hard, right? I'm sure they got a decent head on their shoulders. But again, the problem is, someone like me sitting here saying like, oh, these indexes are too high, right? You should maybe consider puts. We should be dropping down. And then what happens? We continue to tick higher, right? So even if you think you're making the right call, even if you think you have the TA on your side setting you up for a trade, sometimes it just doesn't work out. And we've also seen time and time again, right? Something like this. Let's just say you buy calls on CXW. And then what happens tomorrow, right? It opens down 1%. And then 20 minutes later, it climbs up and goes back to where it was. So at the end of the day, were you right? Technically, yes. But also at the same time, you were also wrong. Because probably when it opened, the fact that it immediately dropped when you bought calls as opposed to pop, you were probably down 30-40% or something at the open, right? So what you bought the previous day to anticipate the move for today, you didn't even have to buy, and you could have just bought it at the open. So options extremely frustrating, extremely stressful, which again is why if you're dealing with size, you should not really have any of those issues. So when people join my Discord and they tell me they put like 100 grand into options, I'm laughing my ass off. I want you to know that. I am laughing my ass off. DraftKings earnings coming up, calls there. Again, I mean, I think it could go higher. We have a lot of analysts up in their target, but nothing is guaranteed. Earnings are 100% a gamble. Please understand the risks involved. Investing a ton into HGraph so I can have some extra money to place positions in all of your calls. I trust the process and the professor. I appreciate that. But you're seeing, though, again, it's not about, oh, you're not listening to every call I say, blah, blah, blah. Right? That's not what I'm talking about. But most of the time, we have been correct, right? So that's what I'm saying. If most of the time we're correct, we have a good success rate, why would you not trust the process, as Southern Sky said, right? Just trust the process. NASDAQ fighting, just went red, fighting to stay green right here. Technically still above that top trend line, right? Yeah, we could be, I mean, technically we just dropped below this, right? Going, oh no, yeah, going to that low there. I don't know, we might sell off. But again, we did have what looked like a little wedge taking place. Yeah, so maybe, again, 11:30 maybe, 12 o'clock, right? They'll keep it quiet and a boom. So we'll keep an eye on that. At the money or in the money leaps, a lot less stressful. Yes. That is very true. And again, depending on the situation, if you want to try to buy leaps on something like MBOT, that's your call, that's your own prerogative. I noticed, though, if a stock is very cheap, I mentioned this in the past, if a stock is very cheap, right, couple of bucks, something like a Fubo, right? Like, in this situation, if you think Fubo, as we said, they have a good chance to hold their value and maybe see a little bit of a pop with earnings next week, right? So if that's your plan, in my opinion, you're probably better off just buying the shares. You're honestly probably better off just buying the shares. Because if you buy like 4.5, 5 calls on Fubo, and then they drop it, you're done. Meanwhile, the shares are cheap, right? You could pile into the shares. If it takes a 10-20% hit, it's not a big deal because, number one, it's not a big move. But number two, even if you wanted to sell, it's not a big loss. But also, you can just hold on to it, right? The shares have no expiration date. And also, in the past, I mentioned that I played options on stocks that were like $1.70 a share, and I bought like $2 calls, and then the stock pops up to like $1.95, $2.05, but the options barely moved. And that's what I mean. It's like, you try to time a call, you technically get it correct, but you barely make any money. Meanwhile, the stock was so cheap, if you just bought shares of the stock, you'd be up whatever, 30%, 40%, or whatever the stock's up. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, again, really depending on the situation, you're probably just better off buying shares. Looks like NASDAQ rejecting off this bottom trend line here. The dollar was up to above 99, as you see. We've been trending upward last couple of days here, so I'm actually surprised that markets were even green, stayed green for a while. We did have yields pull back, as you see, 10-year down 1.4%, 20-year down almost 1.6%. However, that doesn't matter, right? We were sitting here yesterday live. I was showing you a dollar up, yields up, and the markets were up all at the same time. So sometimes it doesn't always go according to plan. But you guys know, again, that's what makes me, in my opinion, the best, right? I keep an eye on the dollar, and I try to update you guys on that. I keep an eye on the 10, 20-year yields. I keep an eye on oil. I tell you about gold and silver. I try to do updates on Bitcoin, even though I still to this day don't really understand it and don't follow any crypto. But, I'll do some Bitcoin updates for you guys. Whatever. Spitting facts on options. That's right. Shares are the most forgiving for sure. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Again, right? Even something like PayPal, which we just spoke about. PayPal, another perfect example, right? Now, they just reported earnings. Everything I read was pretty positive. And you can see, once again, we have a really nice beat on the EPS and the revenue. But they dropped it down, right? So you're seeing this trend with PayPal. And that's what I mean. Like here, right, if you wanted an option play earnings, right, because you want some action, because you're some freaking degen freaking daily gambler, right? Hold on, I had to sip the coffee after I abused you. So if you bought a call, you just lost 100%. If you bought shares, you're down 8%. And in my opinion, given some time, it's going to slowly get back up here to where it was. You're going to break even, and then before you know it, it's going to be into the 80s and the 90s, and then you're going to be up 10-20%. So that's why, again, if you guys with size out there, you know, and you really should be working smarter, not harder, as I say. Any thoughts on Goog? Come on, man. What are you asking me about this crap for, bro? Like, no disrespect to you, but yeah, it's up. They're taking over the world. What? Thoughts on Google? I said, I'm not trying to beat you up, Anthony, but I said a while back, I don't know if you missed it, but a couple of years back, when I started the channel, like around here, I said, in my opinion, the big tech names that are the closest to fair value, which should technically yield you the largest return, in my opinion at the time, were Google and Amazon. So Google and Amazon technically, in my opinion, have more upside than, you know, I guess something like an Nvidia, believe it or not. But, you know, people are seeing Nvidia's taking over the world. Every stock now is freaking tied to Nvidia. So, you know, people are just buying it, and it's just staying up and up. Look at GT recently. Wow, GT Deli, you're the kiss of death, brother. GT was up above this trend line for a while. You can see we dropped down about 3% today, back below. But again, initially looked at like back here or something at like 8 and change. And you can see the stock broke up and hit 12 at one point. So once again, 50% move. But I do still like it. Again, technically, yeah, we did just come down below trend line, so we could see a drop like back down here to 10 before maybe we bounce. Come down here maybe, double bottom, like 990, and then bounce back up, hopefully. But, yeah, they had a little bit of a rough quarter, but I know they sold off some assets, they brought in some cash, so they're hopefully in the restructuring phase. And, again, I point to 2020, if you recall, they were beating the stock up going into those lockdowns. And then coming out, again, all of a sudden it was all about used cars are up 300% in value, and everyone needed parts and tires for those cars. So what was the other one? AutoNation as well, AN, if you recall. I was talking about during that time frame. And all of those auto stocks, it didn't matter. AutoNation, Goodyear Tire, all of them were doing very well. And you can see they beat it up since then, but you know, we could be in the rebound phase. So I do still like GT. Probably, I guess we could say a little more speculative than some of the other names. AutoNation just did not stop, as you see. And that was another phenomenal call by yours truly. Oh, man, that's funny. I'd have to go back, but again, it was like here maybe. So the stock was like 100, and now you can see, obviously, we got up above 200. That's what I mean, bro. That's what I mean. If you have capital, all you gotta do is buy this crap and just wait. Like I said, you turn around a year or two, even if you didn't hold it this whole time, right? You bought it here, you sold it here. That's what I mean. In a year's time, you just made 60, 70%. Now you're paying half the amount in capital gains tax. Who's better than me? That's why I laugh when people, you know, luckily and randomly hit a big freaking option play. And they'll try to post a return. And, oh, look, I made 3,100% return. Yeah, that's great. That's great. The other 19 plays you lost on, you're not telling us about that, right? You risked probably capital that you might have extra of. The average person probably wasn't able to take that speculative position. That just yielded you a 3,000% return. And chances are your account either didn't move or is slowly dwindling. Because if you're taking plays like that, high risk means high reward. So if you're seeing the high reward, then that means you're taking on a lot of risk before and after that play, which is why, again, the average trader who tries to sell you a $10 course or a $50 book or whatever the heck, they only talk about their winners. What about Swibby? See, that's what I mean. I don't hide from anybody. Swibby right here, boom. Just hit new lows, 788. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. But again, we saw last time that we had the break, we came down to the support trend line, and it instantly rebounded actually above where I did the video. So even though it went down before coming back up, if you bought it when I did the video, you actually could have made a couple of percentage points. But as you see, I was expecting a drop here because when we initially got these numbers, it was holding like here. So I didn't think they were going to beat it up too much. So I drew out this predicted line. However, you can see they crashed it all the way down to this bottom support, and it looks like it's trying to hold there. So now this obviously might be pulled down here, but we could potentially start to see the step up and the step up. Again, Swibby is a little bit of a rough situation because, in my opinion, in general, I think the company's overvalued, which is why, again, we saw the dip and we instantly saw the rebound a couple of months back. So that's why I think if you give it some time, I think Swibby will be all right. You'll probably end up, you could get out break even. If we run up here, obviously, you make a couple of bucks. But Swibby, again, the numbers coming in light. And, they're beating it up because they could. Have to see if it holds that line. Next earnings, about 5 weeks. All right, so we'll see if it kind of hangs out and tries to hold this line here in the low 8s. Maybe we get a little momentum going into earnings. And if they meet, at least, you could see a pop back up to like 9.5. But yeah, we'll see. Swibby again. Swibby, a little bit of a rough call, but I mean, we did crunch the numbers, right? So in the moment, I do stand by my analysis. If we turn around, 1, 2, 3 quarters from now, and it's just constant miss, right? With the revenue just dropping and dropping and drop, yeah, then we're gonna potentially have a problem. However, also at the same time, if they do struggle like that and the stock does get cheap enough, they might get bought out, believe it or not. So again, that's why I say I'm not sure if you could just jump ship on Swibby because it's down. But definitely not one of our winners at the moment. Market's now red, Dow approaching minus 200. NASDAQ red, S&P red. Look at this Goomba here asking about the Goog. Forget about it. It's like me, those peppers. Forget about it. But then it also means, screw you. Like, hey, Paulie, you got a 2-inch pecker. And Paulie says, oh, forget about it. That's from Donnie Brasco. Classic film right there. Yeah, don't ask me about Google, bro. You'll come in here. Again, those companies are heavily watched by everybody. So, that's what I mean. When people ask me about, like, NVIDIA and crap, I laugh my ass off because every single one of these hobbyists on YouTube talk about NVIDIA. Or their other positions are tied to NVIDIA, right? We know this. And again, people will always ask about Google, people will ask about Amazon, Nvidia. How come no one ever asks about Visa? How come no one ever asked me about Waste Management? Philip Morris. Y'all gotta diversify a little bit, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. It's always a tech stock. Like, if we decide tomorrow that tech is massively overvalued and we're gonna pop, it's gonna be another tech bubble pop, 90% of you are screwed. I want you to understand that. Which, again, is why I do it the way I do it. Appreciate the support, Skiff. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, man, this crap's easy. Markets are red. Well, let's go back to H-Graph. As we see, look, we had a slight pop-up to a new high, 72.4 cents. And then you can see we started dropping. That is kind of right around the time, about 20 minutes ago, market started to drop even harder. So, yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of a pullback here. What's the dollar look like? Dollar is actually staying down. Market's dropping with it. Whoa. Oh, we are breaking. NASDAQ basically now down to a key level right before the rally at the end of the day yesterday. So now we have to see if we hold here and bounce back up, or if we're going to break and we're going to come back down to this key level here. So you might see like another 50-point haircut on the NASDAQ right here. See how that looks. This freaking Discord blinks and makes noise for every little thing now. Stocks go down, VIX goes up. Again, we were talking about hedge plays yesterday. Excuse me. We were talking about hedge plays yesterday, and what I said you could buy the VIX as a hedge, you could buy calls on VXX, which tracks the volatility of the S&P, right? So you pull up something like VXX, okay, iPad, S&P, VIX, boom. There you go. And there you go. Yes, we were. I'm telling you, LDP, bro. I'm telling you. I know what I know, brother. That's why top 5 dead or alive. Top 5 dead or alive. I don't care what anyone says. Oh, I'm so good at this. Should be my job. Shout out to my boy Whitler in the Discord. Just said he's considering adding to PayPal. Very nice. Very nice. Yep. There you go, right? Again, we just said, right? Came down to that key level that we saw yesterday before the run-up, and we're either going to bounce or break. There's your bounce. We're back above the moving average. And look, slowly coming back inside the wedge to hang out, to pop. Sunday, bloody Sunday. Well, what's today? Tuesday. There you go. Bloody Tuesday. It's funny, too. I always used to say I hate Tuesdays because Monday, it's funny. Like, people hate Monday because obviously, most of us go back to work, but it's not as bad as you think because, you're just coming off the weekend. So it's not as bad as you think. Wednesday is a decent day because you're sitting there saying, all right, it's hump day, right? Wednesday, middle of the week, halfway done. Of course, this is complete piker mentality, but I think it's still applied to a lot of people. Thursday, you don't mind too much because tomorrow's Friday, right? So Thursday, you're like, all right, you know, I mean, obviously you get pissed if you like wake up and thought it was Friday, but it's Thursday. I mean, that sucks. But, you know, most people will probably be like, all right, it's Thursday, boom, tomorrow's Friday, then we got the weekend. Obviously Friday, tomorrow's the weekend, right? So it doesn't matter too much. That's why Tuesday is the worst day. And the defense rests. Tuesday is the worst. If you disagree, fight me in the comments. Tuesday's the worst. Not for trading, of course, or investing. Tuesday, we love Tuesday because the market's open. I'll tell you, when I was actively trading, Saturday and Sunday was like torture for me. Torture. And again, I love, like, you know, relaxing, having a drink, not worrying about anything. Saturday, right, usually fight night. I sit here, I tell you guys, I watch like UFC, I watch some of the fights and stuff. But I would literally like be sitting here with a drink on Saturday night watching fights, and I'd be upset because I know it's the weekend and the market's closed and I can't trade. Yeah, Tuesday sucks. What about VZ? Yeah, VZ has been kind of slightly having, yeah, see, it's been kind of having these little pops and drops here. We were looking at this symmetrical triangle, and I was expecting a break up, but as we see, obviously we had a break down. You know what it is too? You know, I'm thinking about this as well, because we saw, like, Hershey just rebounded, but it was getting beaten up for a while, right? We see something like PM just took a little bit of a hit, right? What could also be happening is the money is flowing out of some of these larger brand name, more conservative dividend players, possibly because people are just seeing the moves on smaller up and coming companies. And it could be anything, right? People could be, you know, looking at the like the stability and the growth that something like Palantir showed. So they're, you know, exiting their Verizon position for 2-3 years, and now they're buying that. You understand? Or the money's flowing out of this, it's going into AMD. Money's flowing out of this, it's going into SoFi. You understand what I mean? But technically, I mean, I still stand by my analysis. And this is why, again, something like Verizon I always liked. First of all, if you have a tiny account, options on VZ are very cheap. So you could take advantage of some of those moves. Of course, you have to get your timing down. But VZ, again, we broke the big support trend line, and this is the type of stock that usually is able to rebound, right? And anytime you can see, look, you had a big dip, boom, rebounds right back, right? Sells off, breaks support, drops, boom, spikes back, comes back even stronger. So that's why something like VZ, again, this is more, you know, an older stock, an older company. A lot of people have positions in VZ in like their IRAs and their pensions and shit, right? Because again, brand name company, most people feel it's not going to go anywhere. They pay you a dividend to own it, right? So people just, they just kind of hang in, they just park their money there, they reinvest a dividend. And it's funny, I had that theory, I speculated that theory many years ago, because I was always, as I said, playing Verizon, and I would always kind of feel it could have these pops and it could climb higher, and they never really broke it out as much as some other names. And my theory on that, believe it or not, is I think it's because it's widely held in a lot of pensions and retirement accounts. So maybe that's why they didn't pop it. Right? Because then practically everybody would make more money. But of course, just a random theory. This month is my 10th year trading. What is the most valuable lesson you've learned? Mine is I have to take into account the hidden costs They scoop up so much profit in the long run. The costs shouldn't really be an issue if you're correct. Biggest lesson I learned, I mean, again, if we're talking trading, nothing is guaranteed. The entire momentum and trade can shift at the drop of a hat. And the number one priority, as we said, is increasing buying power, increasing account value. So, number one lesson for trading, I would say, is if you buy calls and you're expecting a stock to break up, and then it does, and your calls are up, guess what? You should probably secure those profits and make yourself some money. Because until you sell and lock in profits, it's all smoke and mirrors. And of course, people always want to say, oh, I sold it, I made 30%, it kept running, I could have made 100%. Yeah, okay. Does that suck? Does it sting? Yes. But at the same time, if you were up 30%, could have sold it, now you're down 30%, and it looks like it's not going to be able to come back up, now you're screwed. Right? And you're sitting there saying, oh, I knew I was right, I made the right call, I could have been in and out, I made myself some money, right? You're start going down that road. So that's why I say, yeah, we all want, 50, 100% returns, but if you make a call, you're expecting VZ to pop to, 43.5, and then it does, but your option's only up 20%, not 50%, like, whatever, right? It is what it is. You made 20%, really, honestly, without really having to do anything, right? So it's basically free money. So just hit the freaking sell button. A couple people in Discord telling me they're buying PayPal. Yeah, PayPal again. We looked at the numbers? I don't remember. Oh my god, this poor stock was on its way right back to 100. And they brought it down to 55. Phew. Wild. And again, right, this, you can see we were on the way. We were on the way to that gap fill potential, 152.5. Again, you might call me crazy. I know it's down 9%, but I like it. I like it. I'm actually stepping away for a minute. You guys talk amongst yourselves. Da-da-dee, da-da-da. Oh, yep, yep, yep. I don't know about you all, but when I get knocked down, I get up again. Because you're never going to keep me down. PayPal video would go hard. Nah. Nah. Mm. Let's see how the last one did. I'll tell you right now. Uh, did an update on PayPal the first week of December. So obviously 7-8 months ago. And it's got about 300 views and change. That's what I mean. Nobody cares. Nobody pays attention. Yeah. Even HII. Remember HII? Of course not. None of you bought it. Woo! Look at that HII, baby. Recently hit, what is that? 268. Recently hit 268. Got above resistance, as expected, of course. Originally brought to you here at about 215. 215, 262. Once again, 215, 262. That's what I mean. I can't do it for you. NASDAQ green. Yeah, Verizon looks like it's on the up and up here. Cover HGraph, please. What is happening? Wow. Yeah, Suzanne, you know, I don't want to rip you apart, but welcome, I guess. What is this? Why is this here? Right? There's nothing. This? Whatever. Suzanne, you're very late, but we're happy to have you. Welcome. Congratulations. You're welcome. Welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. I should be seeing nothing but you're a genius, you're the best at this, nobody's on your level, here's a donation, I told everybody I know about your channel, right? This is what we should be talking about. And bots selling off. Yeah, they gotta go down sometimes, right? Thanks a million, literally. Yeah. Yeah, must be nice. Must be nice. Yep. You have told everyone. Well, I appreciate that. You know, a lot of people call me, you know, one of the best analysts, but my best friends call me Cash. Nah, I'm just kidding. We'll donate. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Do me a favor, though. Let's do that privately. I know a lot of you, and again, I don't mind it, but I don't really want to do it through this platform, if possible. But I appreciate that. I appreciate that either way. I did get my fellow trader friends to follow you. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Again, every little referral, you know, all those things, they add up. They add up. Again, I'm not trying to be too greedy with this whole thing, right? Because I know people, they'll start like a YouTube or they'll start posting on X And, you know, after like a couple of weeks or a couple of months, you get aggravated and you're like, how come I don't have thousands of people? You know, but in all seriousness, I mean, I know it's like a very niche space because, you know, I'm people who are, you know, older with money who are looking for stocks are going to be the ones who find my channel, right? Like the average kid who's like, you know, 14 and he's just like clicking around, enjoying YouTube, they're not going to really, you know, jump on board this whole thing. You know what I mean? But they still need a few years. So it is a tough, specific demographic I'm looking for. But I mean, you know, in all seriousness, I see other traders who have 30, 50,000 subscribers. In my opinion, they don't deserve it. So that's why after this many years, I mean, I'm at 7,000 subscribers. Believe it or not, I thought we would end the year above 20,000. I think that was my initial goal. We're approaching August and we only hit 2 milestones this year. We've been crawling along. So, you know, again, do I bash other people? I mean, again, in my opinion, I gotta be a little cocky, right? And think I'm the best. But at the same time, I respect their grind. I'm glad they were able to build up a community. But here at 7,000 subs, I should have like 70,000 subs, honestly. I really should. Should I have, you know, 5 million? No, that's what I mean. I'm not trying to be too greedy with it. But again, I mean, since the year started, we only gained a couple of hundred subs. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. And again, I know it affects my pockets, but believe it or not, there's more people out there who aren't aware of this channel that are probably losing money hand over fist. You know what I mean? So you guys see that this whole situation's benefiting you much more than it's benefiting me. 10,000 followers when? Again, I thought we'd hit 20, 25K by year end. So, you know, if these live streams help every now and then, I don't know. I guess conservatively could try to hit 10K by year end. I don't know. I don't know. Again, it's out of my control. People told me to try shorts. I did shorts. That didn't add much. People tell me to go live. I technically just started, so I can't judge it too much, but eh. People told me, oh, you should be posting on X. Everyone's on X. So I started posting on X. Think I got like 260 followers on X. Right, but then I'll find another channel who's been around for a couple of years and the guy sells like a $99 course and he's got like 500,000 subscribers on YouTube. And, you know, in all honesty, if you don't live an expensive lifestyle, if you get that many subs, I mean, you're good to go. You're good to go off that ad revenue and sponsorships or whatever else comes with it. I remember I saw the one guy who, was he like post the losses that were on like Wall Street Bets or something like that. And I get it because it's like a little satire, you know, it's funny to watch. Sounds like he's got a decent personality. But, I mean, you're technically not really providing much, right? Except slight entertainment. And that's another situation where, like, a couple of 100,000 subscribers. So, you know, again, that's what's really grinding my gears. Not that I'm a genius, I should have 10 million. No. But in reality, I really should have more eyes on me. But that's just my opinion. What's going on in the Discord? Again, Discord free for you guys to join if you're watching and you're not in the Discord. We'll send you a link, we'll get you in here. Check our age graph. I am just so happy with age graph because again, it seemed like it would do this. which is why, again, I did a bunch of videos on it, and once we started moving, long overdue, in my opinion. But again, technically, just like MBOT, right? MBOT was on the move. Technically, neither one of these stocks really had any big news come out yet. And they've already seen, what do we say, right? 3-4 times average volume. They're running up, they're hitting highs. So it might be a situation where it's like now or never, you know. And I was talking about the breakup to 50 plus cents. Obviously, we hit 72. But again, now with the stock breaking straight up like this, if an announcement comes out like tomorrow, like, oh yeah, we got an order for whatever, $1 million worth of graphene or whatever, that is going to, I'm telling you, you might see like $2-3 immediately. I'm telling you. Don't want to get your hopes up. Again, technically speculative, right? OTC stock. Caught at 6 cents. Oof, not on. That's outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. And yeah, the OTC stocks in general, though, they're very difficult to call. They're very difficult to call. Because I know some of you might be sitting there and saying like, oh, do you have another one that's 9 cents that's going to pop to 50? No, I don't. Because believe it or not, they are few and far between. They are very few and far between. And I'm sure there's a lot of people in the Discord, a lot of subscribers on YouTube. If you, ask people in the comments, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who will tell you, yeah, I heard about this penny stock. It had a good story. I bought a bunch of shares at 5 cents, and now it's down 90%, and it's worthless. So that's what I mean. It's hard to know which ones will be successful sometimes. So, if you missed this one, or if you bought a different one and it's down, like, don't beat yourself up. Don't beat yourself. These are legitimately huge gamble situations. Put up a goal for 10 super chats apparently, and we didn't get one. So I appreciate that. We are on a wild ride here with this channel, baby, I'll tell you. But we're in it together. We are in it together. Up. What did I tell you? Huh? What did I tell you? We see the pattern. They flash crash it up or out of the pattern prematurely. Then you see it get back inside the pattern, essentially right near the apex. Now we're up and above. This is what I mean. Again, a situation like that, you saw it in real time over the last hour, right? We watched this move. So that's what I mean. Going back to, I'm sorry, I forgot who it was, but the person who asked, like, oh, do you have any advice? Again, that's what I mean. Like, this is something that I had 90% conviction would do this. And that's because of just the time I put in the market and how I've been kind of noticing things moving lately. So again, it's, what they say, what separates you from someone else is time and experience. So that's really all it comes down to. It's like people would message me, like a year ago, and they're like, oh, I just can't look at charts the way you do. Like, how do you know where to draw the trend lines? Like, time and experience. And that's why sometimes when I do the videos, I'll try to show you guys, like, okay, I'm going from this low on this day, and I'm touching that low on that day. Like I literally try to walk you through. And wildly enough, some people still don't know how to do half this crap. So that blows my mind. I'm just sitting there watching the wheels go round and round. Brrr. Oil on the up and up. Again, I'm not really sure if that's a good thing right now. Yeah, so oil looks like it's going back there to about 68 a barrel. Damn. Completely got that wrong. And this is why, believe it or not, I hated Trump even back in like 2016, 2017, because like, like you lay out a plan, you're looking at a couple of things, so, then you take a position and, then he comes out and says some random crap, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, I completely made the wrong move, and I should have sold this and bought this, and it is what it is. It is what it is. That's why I say, again, even though it could be volatile day to day, depending on what stocks you're buying, what sectors he's talking about, but, I still say, just stick with the fundamentals, but buy the companies that have strong balance sheets, companies that are financially healthy, companies that are seeing stable business, steady growth, right? That's it. Much more quiet today than yesterday. Seeing Spotify. What is this stock doing? Yeah, I remember I did videos on this a while back. Wow. Wow. I really think it was like around here where I was saying the stock is overvalued. So, you want to talk about mistakes. Obviously, this one was a huge mistake, a huge miss. I don't remember exactly where we used to speak about it, but revenue miss, beat, revenue miss, double miss, but we pop higher. See what I mean? This is what I mean when we talk about fake stocks. 100% this is fake. 100%. I don't even need to crunch the numbers. EPS miss. Stock popped. Look at that. Stock popped. Double miss. Stock is up. Stock is down today. What? So you run it up on multiple misses, and now going into earnings, you drop it anticipating a miss, but then you're going to pop it anyway. Dropped 4% after reporting 86, what is that, pound? 86 million net loss for Q2. Revenue was 419. Up 10% year over year, but below the 426 billion target. 125 billion. And see, this is amazing. This is Napster on an app, right? I mean, this is music, isn't it? I just laugh, honestly. I laugh. And then, I'll say something like PayPal is undervalued, and people be like, what? What are you talking about? It's like, bro, it's not even in the same ballpark. And look at what this stock's been doing. Come on. Come on. So, missed revenue 3 of the last 4 quarters, missed EPS 3 of the last 4 quarters. And the stock went from 250 to 800. You know what I'm saying? Makes me laugh. That's why, again, back in the day, I remember a couple of people And I know it wasn't a big chunk of their money. You know, they were smart with it. But I know a couple of people back in the day, whatever, a year ago, whenever I was talking about it, I know I was saying I think it's overvalued. You know, I think put to the play, and obviously, as we see, that was massively incorrect. But I apologize to those people. But again, that's what I mean. Like this didn't seem like a real situation. Debt consistently climbing, even though revenue is climbing and cash on hand is climbing hand over fist. That's what I mean. I would be taking on no debt at all. Free cash flow 560. That's a big jump. 5. All right, so you cut that cash in half because they have debt. So you got like 3 billion. Equity up here. $27 billion, and you're trading it 5x quote unquote fair value, in my opinion, with 115 PE. Jeez. My goodness. Look, shares steadily increasing as well. Right? And that's what I mean. Like, we have seen this. We have seen multiple earnings misses. We have seen shares increasing, and we've seen stocks like this get decimated. But this is holding. This keeps climbing, right? That's what you're telling me right now. I swear, man, I'm telling you, we're in the upside down. I'm telling you. Bizarro world. Look at this. Look at this track record. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And where is this money coming from? Right? That I'm again, you know, me. I'm like an old young man. So maybe some of you younger guys out there and or ladies could explain this to me, because I can't even comprehend how this company is even guiding for this type of growth. Where is this money coming from? Again, do they have a deal with another company where, like, you automatically get it, and you know, like, that parent company's paying Spotify, so that's where all of these payments are coming from? I don't understand. This is music, right? Provision of digital music service. Yeah, okay. Going out of my mind. I just opened the window for a second, by the way, so if you hear some noise, my apologies. For a surprise loss. For a surprise loss. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, it's in euros. That's why I was like, wait, what the hell's going on? All right, net loss 86 million euros. Okay, 42 euro. Swinging from a profit 133. We're expecting 198. Damn. 116 million social charges, which refers to payroll taxes tied to share-based compensation. Out of Sweden, okay. Company's ADR were down. Okay. 57% this year, stocks up. Be willing to pay up for subscriptions, where Spotify remains the dominant music streaming platform. Amazon app. Really? Spotify added 8 million premium subscribers in the June quarter. In the quarter. Ahead of expectations for 5 million? How? %10 rise in revenue. 276 million subscribers worldwide. Are you kidding me? Active users grew 11%. 281 million. Users to increase 710 million. 4.2 billion euros. How is that possible? Who the heck is paying? You know what? Whatever. Whatever. I don't know what to say. I was wrong. If you own this, obviously, congratulations. Doing well. Doing well. Dropping today, but overall doing well. Oil continuing to tick up. Yep, going right back to that trend line, looks like, again, about 68.20, 68 and a quarter. Again, from day to day with these random announcements coming out from people in Trump's cabinet, Trump himself, I have no idea. I have no idea. NeoQuant says ads. That is, yeah, that, I mean, whatever strategy they're utilizing with those ads, and I guess they're advertising to continue to grow the, what do you call it? To grow the subscriber number, and you know, I guess it's working. Hey, $2 from Nico. Thanks for the streams. No problem, man. No problem. Thanks for hanging out with me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, I can heart. Beautiful. Give you a little heart there, Nick. I heart you, brother. SV going green. Actually, just hanging out. But yeah, this one again, we were talking about what? We back up. Yeah, see, we back up a couple of months. That's what I mean. You know, we talk about these stocks, you know, shipping, you know, I liked it in the numbers. This stock, again, SB, we're above this resistance trend line. And if you recall, you guys can go back, you can pull up the last video I did on it. But, you know, we looked at like book value. Book value was like 7 and change a share. Stock, again, even though it's up, I mean, stock's here at 4. So, something to keep in mind. Again, this is a shipping company, but look though, right? Look at the diversification I'm bringing you on this channel. I mean, you know, honestly, chat, do you really see anyone else doing it this way? That's crazy, though. I'm looking back at the chat. I don't know if Suzanne's still with us, but that's crazy. 6 cents a share. You know, I thought we did decent videos at like 10, 8.5, 12.5, 14, right? 6 cents. Woof. Talk about getting in near the bottom. And that's what we mean when we talk about the risk, right? Again. Right? I want to drive that home because it's not all sunshine and lollipops. You got to understand the risks involved. And, you know, this stock, well, I'm talking about HGraph. Sorry, I just went off. I didn't even know if any of you were following what I was saying. But HGraph, again, something like that. You know, you buy in, as we said, 5 cents, 7 cents. Next thing we know, it's down 90%. It's down 95%, you know, companies, whatever, it's done. And then you have a situation like an HGraph, right, where you actually get positive updates. They're actually on the timeline. They're utilizing their finances correctly. And boom, now you're up 1,000%. I am very, very happy with HGraph, though. I'm very happy that this one worked out even better than anticipated, right? I kind of thought we would need an announcement to get us to this price, but other people have been posting too. There's like some other person who's been posting about it now recently, and they started building a position in HGraph as well, and I think they were like posting it on X or something. Yes, I'm here. First time I've invested by myself. Bought 2 million shares. Wow. Wow. If that's true, I don't think anyone's first time investment could be matched, honestly. I mean, some people make money, right? Some people lose money when they enter the market, but to buy something like this in some size and have it have this reaction, and this was like one of the first ones you went for, that deserves a congratulations. Hats off to you. The hell is that? Actually, I think that's a bird. Thought it was a car. Let's check some of our trend lines here with Hershey. Up, up. See, and this is why I always love to keep my trend lines. So now I extend this out. Extend, bang. Look at, bro, right at the body. I mean, can we get some dubs in the chat, honestly? Shout out to one of the people in the Discord as well. I don't know if might be working right now. I don't think he's watching, but as they beat up Hershey here, he was looking at the older videos and he was talking to me about the trend lines and because in the past I was saying it should be like 180, it should get back to 200 in my opinion, and obviously they kind of seesawed it with the rise in cocoa prices, but yeah, he jumped in like over here or something like 160 and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna play it up to like 180, so hats off to him. Well played. Again, I still say the major influence that I think prevents people from simply, building positions and then catching profits. I think the biggest deterrent of that is social media. I really do believe that. And that's why, people tell me like, oh yeah, I just scroll around on StockTwits and, wait for something to catch my eye. Like, you have to remember, like we used to say, that's the blind leading the blind, right? That's like if you guys just went back and forth in the chat. And again, no disrespect to you, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Like we say, that's the blind leading the blind. And StockTwits, people understand the algorithm now on something like that. So they know if they just consistently post about something, whether there's news or it's moving or not, it'll get trending. And then someone like you will say, oh, let me see what's going on StockTwits. And you'll see that going across the top. And, oh, my God, it's trending. I got to get in. And then, boom, you get screwed. So it just takes patience and it takes conviction, right? It takes a little conviction. Again, something like Campbell's. Even if over the years it continues this downtrend, in the short term, if we can see it popping out, consolidating, potentially ready to pop again, and pop again, right? If we can see it, then you kind of just got to hang on. And what you don't want to do is start comparing the positions you took, the returns you're seeing, to other people online. Because there's always going to be someone out there who made 1,000% trade today, and whose stock popped today, who made the right call. So you're going to go out of your mind. You're going to go out of your mind if you're constantly online looking at other returns. Now I got to close this window because apparently we got trucks pulling in. Pain in my... Times. It's not even 12:30. Jeez. Thought it was like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Keep up with those YouTube comments. Still going. Popping out. Tightening up. Potential ascending triangle ready to pop up again. USO calls potentially. Make you a quick 10% maybe? I don't know. Dollar's still up. Dollar looks like it might continue to drop actually. Fubo gave a lot of it back. Marked a couple of hours, so can't beat them up too much for that. Yep, yep, yep. Wow, at the peak we had 18 viewers. Wow. Taking over the world. And I know it's a different demographic and I'm not bashing them, but it always amazed me too that like these random loud young people who just like sit in their room and talk to their chat somehow have like tens of thousands of people watching them. But you gotta give credit where credit's due. Some other recent stocks we looked at. How's LPX doing? Hanging out. We are. hanging out. How about these aviation stocks? And that broke, okay, come down to retest. That stock should be lower in my opinion. Oh, Archer, extend out the trend line. There you go. Right, we were saying, yeah, like 990, 10, high nines, potential bounce. Yeah, Oscar is still technically above support. Yeah, we looked at Sun. I don't think we looked at SoFi. Yeah, that's why we draw trend lines. Beautiful. Beautiful. Got up above it. Retest. Flash break. Flash pop. Look at the body stopping perfectly at my trend line. Perfectly at my trend line. Even on the way up on the rejection. Perfectly at the trend line. Down perfectly to the trend line. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yep. I know what I know. Rockwell Medical. How you doing today? $1. Yeah. So you did the inverse of what we said, but then we got the news of the contract. So that's what I mean. It's probably going to be this kind of path return, but it was just a little early. Which technically is my fault. AUR, right down to the moving average. Inside of this little triangle here. See how Red Cat's doing. Yep. Close to support. See how Big Bear's doing. Big Bear below support. Maybe right back there, about another point drop. 1.25. Possibly back down to about 5.5. And again, in my opinion, it really should have broke here and came down here. But has AI in the name, trending, a couple of bucks a share. So young people are just blindly buying. But I know a lot of people are pumped about it. So for you guys, I'm hoping if it does come down here, you see a nice bounce back up there. So we'll see how that one plays out. Celsius, how's this one? We're on the up and up. Again, we drew out these trend lines, and again, you can see we're kind of perfectly staying up and up inside this wedge. Beautiful. Again, I think we were doing videos back here at like 30 and in like the 20s, and we were talking about the increased short interest, and I was crunching the numbers, and I remember saying, in my opinion, it could be, undervalued, and they're probably slowly going to start bringing it back up, and you can see, you just give it some time. All of a sudden, you're back at mid-30s. Now you're at 40. You're at mid-40s. Now you're at high 40, right? New 52-week high today after going in a big downtrend here 48.47. And I believe, yeah, I was looking maybe around this point. Yeah, like 56-ish. And you can see, right? We climb, if we stay in this wedge, boom, 56-ish. And then maybe we break there. That's why you just have to give it time. And that's what's so hard about options, right? Did I know here sell H would go higher? Yeah, I had 99% conviction. Do I know exactly when it's going to happen? No, I'm sorry. But it happened. You want to talk about a fake stock? Wild. Wild. But everyone's supposedly expecting this big business to come in, so I know a lot of you are up big on this one, so I'm pulling for you, whether I agree with it or not. I'm pulling for you. Oof. AI below trend line. We're at like 100 mil. 3 bill. Like plus 100 mil. Been a really good track record for AI. Debt 60 mil. It's nothing. Good cash on hand. So that's like another 100 mil. So we're at like 200 mil. Yeah, maybe like around the billion fair value, trading at 3.25 billion. Not the worst stock out there. I mean, if you can get this now, it's not a bad price in my opinion, but obviously if you're able to continue to piece in low 20s, high teens if it breaks back down, that'd be awesome too. And I do think it comes back down here though, so that would be maybe like 19 and a half. Yeah, so maybe as this continues to drop down here, you come to this line here, maybe about 22s. It breaks, maybe you add at like 20, 19, catch a bounce. I don't know. I know people were pumped about it, and then we kind of gave up on it, but oh, wait a minute, hold on. AI 3.25 billion. And what's Big Bear? 2 billion. Yeah, so they have wider losses on like half and a third of the revenue. With a terrible earnings track record. So that's what I mean. I mean, again, it's not guaranteed, but just looking at those two companies, like Big Bear, if we're going to keep Big Bear at around 2 billion, then AI should be 4 or 5 billion minimum. Just my opinion. Whatever you do with that information is entirely your own prerogative. Look at the shares. Look, 100 million extra shares, right? But the stock's staying up and going up, holding 2 billion. So that's what I mean. Something like AI, 5, 6 billion easily. If we keep this at 2 billion, AI, and it should be worth 5, 6 billion minimum. Yeah, I was looking at previous videos on the channel. Go back to the stream. What did I miss? Everyone's... See, that's why people with money who buy in size don't disclose their position. Poor Susanna. We don't know if they're in the Discord. Rest 120K on an OTC stock. Absolutely, Nick. Absolutely. Go big or go home. Have you looked at EMBA? Yeah, we looked at EMBA. We'll do another look for you. EMBA, yeah, see, we were up and up. Oh, now we actually dropped below that trend line back into this channel here. So we might see a meetup maybe here. 264 fib. Maybe meet up with that moving average there. And then bounce back up potentially. Again, remember, market started out hot, and we've kind of been steadily selling off throughout the day. So, yeah, so you see the break. Didn't happen until 11-ish. It was holding that line. But we know what goes up must come down. Again, I think you're seeing the fact that people are getting it trending. People see it was $1, now it's $3, so they want to pump it to $6.10. Also the timeline, again, you know, you could have had people back here who saw the pop and you know, they made a note to themselves like, you know, don't buy until July or something, right? And now we have some volume coming in, some Johnny-come-latelys, some FOMO action. But yeah, technically we're in that time frame for, hopefully, a good little announcement. Topping tail on Bitcoin, breaks before or after a dip. Yeah, I remember like back here, somebody asked me about Bitcoin, and like a schmuck, I took the time to draw out these trend lines and explain the chart and say it should go from 60K to this mark here of around 75, and then it should go up here to 96. And I wasted my time and they didn't take me seriously. Very long bear flag forming off of top of tail. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Looks like it's consolidating and preparing to go higher potentially. Right? We're kind of like in our downward, actually, we'll just go from the bottom now. Right? I mean, again, we just got back above this top trend line. We were up here at 111, 112. We came back to test this, and we just spiked up and ran about another 10, 11% up to 123,000. Right? So now it's got to calm down, breathe a little bit, and then it could potentially break up and run up another 8, 10,000, right? You can't just go up and up. But, yeah, sorry, D-Rod, I do not see what you're seeing. Cup and handle day on EMBA. Scotty does. Yeah, you think we're gonna... Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It is possible. Does that a lot at end of day. Shares get scooped up back to opening price. Yeah. Good mention, Scott. Good mention. It does seem like it's a name now, again, that's trending and people are stepping in and buying those dips anywhere they see them. So, yeah, we'll see over the next couple of hours if it claws its way back up towards 3. MBOT will be fine. This is a short dip from one moving average. Yep. Yep. What do I think about Hood results? Hood is another one, man. Like Hood, Coinbase, people going crazy for these crypto exchanges. And I'm sorry, their financials did not match up with their valuations. But Hood is another one. Look at that. Are you kidding me? This stock really did this? I remember Hood. We were looking at Hood like back here or something, and I was saying, in my opinion, it's like a $5 stock, and obviously that did not happen. 400 mil, 600 mil, 680, 630, a billion. Well, these numbers are swinging, huh? 927, 914. So, see, that's what I mean. We look at the market cap of this stock. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's wild. I can't believe this is real right now. So my point was, this company was losing money somehow operating a trading exchange, right? And we saw the bump up in revenue after the lockdowns, and they gave everyone free money. So everyone opened a crypto account and bought Bitcoin. And then we saw the dip, and then we saw the barely rebound, right? It took years for them to get back to where they were from free stimulus money. Now they see a little bit of a bump in 2024. 92 billion. So that's what I mean, man. It's a joke. It's a joke. These young people are just buying what they know. They're buying what's trending. Hood should be significantly lower. Something like Palantir should be a third of its price. I mean, it's really gotten out of control, and that's what I mean when I talk about the power of social media. This stock does. No way. I'm not seeing it at all. I mean, you know, we can check. Debt, almost 12 billion. Okay. As of this is showing us almost 12 billion debt, 4.5 billion in cash. Three times debt to cash. 3 times debt to cash. And remember, this is a freaking app. You go on, you buy your shares, you buy your crypto, they make commission. They have 3 times as much debt as cash? Who's in charge of this operation? Makes me laugh. I'll tell you what. I don't even care what these numbers are showing me. Are you kidding me? Equity 8 billion. And what'd they do last year? 3. All right, so even if we call it 4.5, so now you're up to 12.5 billion. Debt outweighing cash by 7-8 billion. So you're back down to like 4-5 billion, in my opinion, fair value. 92.5 billion. See what I mean? See what I mean? Hilarious. Just makes me laugh, man. Crazy. Just imagine if some of the stocks we looked at started trading at these ridiculous valuations. Are you kidding me? About 50% of this community could be retired inside of the next 12 months if that started to happen. So yeah, I mean, again, I know it's a name that people know. A lot of you might have Hood accounts, so you bought Hood stock. You know, I get it. I understand. And I appreciate the fact that some numbers are improving for Hood. But if you look at this and you're like, yeah, it's supposed to be here, it should go to 200, we are on completely different wavelengths. And again, if you agree with this valuation and think it's even going higher, then about 90% of the stocks we looked at on this channel, by your logic, are basically guaranteed buys. Because they should 10x, 20x in value. If you think this is real. I'm sorry to beat you up, but no way. No way. Decent track record, but no way. That's what I mean. That's in the same category as Palantir, Nvidia. These are names that people know, that people see climbing, that people just keep buying. And again, was, the last report or two, was it an improvement? Was it positive? Yeah. I'm not hating on it. Yeah. But I'm just saying right now, this stock at 105 should be like a third of the price. This stock it should be back here. It really should be back here. Because again, the numbers we just looked at, that would bring it down to about a $30 billion valuation. I think we're still being generous. Which is why, when I first looked at it back at 14, I said, no, in my opinion, this shouldn't go up. This should go down to 5. But of course, it went up and up. So again, am I happy for you shareholders? Of course, you know that. You're up huge, you're making money, you made the right call. Fantastic. Very happy for you. Should you have made that money? No, I'm sorry. You should not have. Do you like Sentinel-1? Had movement last week. Also looking at Snowflake. Only tech names people mention, bro. It breaks my heart. Sentinel-1 down here. Recently popped up to about 2140. There were rumors of buyout, and of course, that was squashed, but yeah, I said I liked Sentinel-1, and we were looking even down here, like as we broke 20 and as we came down to 17 support. I was saying, in my opinion, I think that's a decent price for something like Sentinel-1. And again, instead of this being just some random tech stock or we provide some random chip, again, this company, this cybersecurity company, ticker symbol S, Sentinel-1, I like it. 6.3 billion market cap. Earnings on the up and up. Good track record. Look at that growth over the years. And you can see the opposite of what we were seeing with a lot of other stocks we looked at today. You can see the more they're making, the less they're losing. Which means only a matter of time, hopefully, before they go net income positive. And of course, that'll add to the hype and the value behind it. But yeah, Sentinel-1, yeah, like we looked at it originally, as you see here. We had the big drop. But the whole time the numbers look good, and you can see the way it just stormed back up to almost 30. Drops back down half that. And begins stepping its way back up. So this looks like one you're just going to have to pick your spots. And also we're potentially like in this triangle. So as you see, big swing, big drop, big swing, big drop. Potential, climb up, and then maybe a drop. And then we climb, and then we drop, right? So, pending updates and news that comes out, of course, could change everything. But, in my opinion, I like it. Check these last couple of quarters. Look at that earnings track record. It's phenomenal. Right? We were at 140 million. Now we're up to 240 million, 250, 270. Guiding continued growth. Oh, what do you know? A normal stock, as revenue is projected to go higher, they are expected to become more profitable. That's the type of stock I like, in my opinion. Oh, look, essentially no debt down here, 12 million. Cash on hand, 190 million, we'll call it. Free cash flow improved about 30%. Went from 33 mil this time last year. We're up to 45.5 mil free cash flow. Assets outweighing liabilities, short and long term. Equity, 1.5 billion. That's what I mean. Fair value is probably like, 2.5 billion, I'd say, ballpark. So we're trading what? We're trading 2x that, slightly, 2.2 times maybe fair value. So, yeah, in my opinion, I like it. It might take some time to really break up and out for you, but, technically, I say it's a buy. If markets obviously drop off big, it's going to go down with it, but it's got a decent value here, in my opinion. Considering meme craze would be raised guidance, also big trading quarter. What are you talking about? Hood? I have no idea. Yes, listen to the inventor, Dr. Sorensen. I was researching space applications for my book. Oh, very nice. And pure graphene came across my radar, building a plant with direct pipeline in Houston. Yes, we spoke about the facility coming online in Texas. Big things coming, big things coming. Appreciate the input, Suzanne. And had a big run up. PE going down a lot with 70% year-over-year growth. Yeah, I don't know. And again, if we're talking about Hood, which I assume you are, yeah, I just didn't get it. And again, the fact that revenue started dipping after everyone like invested their stimulus checks and slowly started to lose money. Like that's what I mean. Like something like Hood wouldn't have been a buy for me. I'm sorry, it wouldn't have been a buy for me. And you guys see the ones that, are incorrect, that really took off, as I say, in my defense, whether you want to, give me a leg to stand on for that or not, in my defense, they're all meme stocks, right? They all needed Reddit and constant X update posts, and they all needed to force their way trending on things like StockTwits, right? They needed to do that to see the return they see. And again, I'm showing you even something simple, something like HII, again, is up, whatever, 20-25% already. Not much even happened. MBOT up huge, HGRAF up huge. Stocks like Rolls-Royce, right? Slow and steady win the race. That's what I mean. We can pick winners day in and day out. And, is it nice to have something explode that happens to get trending on social media? Yeah, of course. But also at the same time, and you can all attest to it, the stocks that I feel should go up, when they do go up, it's justified, right? And we understand why they went up, why we liked it, why it was a good buy near that price level. Like we're all on the same page. But yeah, something like Hood, Palantir, it's like, oh yeah, it's trending. It's up again, another 6%. Oh yeah, oh, it's, people love it. It's up another 5%. It's like, like normal stocks don't move like that. Normal stocks don't move like that. Even Tesla, another perfect example. Stock went from 100 back to like 400 a share because Trump was talking to Elon and then Trump won the election. Tesla didn't do anything, but it went from 100 to 400. Why? Oh, he's his best friend now, so he's going to get more tax write-offs for EVs. Now we fast forward months later. What happens? Oh, I should have never supported Trump. He's hurting everybody. What's going on? Right? So you pumped the stock from 100 to 400. That, by the way, was consistently missing delivery numbers and missing earnings estimates. So you pumped it up 300% back to 400 a share, literally for no reason. And that's the power of social media. That's why the stock market, believe it or not, has become much more dangerous. These young people, they might think it's easy and they go through social media, but it's dangerous, man. And like I always say, again, I don't wish it on anybody, but something like Palantir, perfect example. You buy something like this that is massively overvalued. You pay $155 a share. The market has a massive correction, and people start selling like crazy to get the cash back on hand so they don't lose it. Palantir is going to go to like $20. And that's still being nice, believe it or not. Again, the company's doing what? $2 billion in change in annual revenue. Got a market cap of $200 billion or whatever it is. Like, we have to be realistic. So, again, that's what I worry about. Do I not like Palantir? Are they not growing nicely? Do I not see it? No, believe me, I see it. I see it. But this has happened in the past before with the stock market. And that's what I mean. Something like Palantir, perfect example. Someone out there may buy shares at 160, 170, 180, and then if markets tank, if they don't want to sell and take that loss, they will be holding that stock for years if it rebounds even that quickly, right? Depending on the financial environment, what happens with the value of the dollar, what our Fed funds rates have to get increased or decreased to, right? What's disinflation? Disinflation is the rate of inflation, by the way. A lot of people don't even know that. But you know, what's the disinflation? What's the M2, the M3 look like? That tracks the money supply. Right, you take all that into account. I mean, you know, the markets could quiet down for like a 10-year stretch. Believe me, it could happen. That's why I speak about stocks like Palantir, stocks like Hood the way I do. Just giving you a heads up. Can you invite me to Discord? Pain in my head. Discord link, good for 1 hour. Message will self-destruct. Volare. That's another reason why I assume everyone's a bot and I don't trust anybody, right? We got Suzanne asking for a link on the Discord. I post a link, all of a sudden Zach joins the Discord. It's, you know, that's what I mean. Like, I assume everyone's a bot. I don't know. I don't know. People are weird. Suzanne, if that was you, you have to speak in the Discord or I will kick you. Oh, man. Hey, NASDAQ green. Stocks only go up. Look at that. See, let me see something. No, yeah, that was like there. Okay. Yeah, I thought I saw something. I was gonna flip out, but no, it didn't work out that way. Yes, it's me. I'm in a meeting, but watching this. Ah, must be nice. Must be nice. Working half-ass, but you're able to buy HGraph in size. Who's got it better than you right now? Nobody. You're welcome for the link. Don't worry about it. Happy to have you. Silver, now green. I'm telling you, you can't keep a good man down. We did not see the type of move in silver like we saw in gold. I think it's going higher, in my opinion. Got up to 39.5, almost hit that psych level of 40 an ounce. Whoop. I'm telling you, once more, I'm telling you. SLV calls? Huh? SLV calls? That's another reason why I always watch silver as well. You know, like they say, the poor man's gold, right? If we're talking about accumulating physical. But also, options very cheap. Options very cheap on SLV. which is the ETF that tracks silver prices. So that's why, again, if you have a smaller account, I try to help you out as well. I let you know something like VZ has some cheap options if you're looking for something to play, right? DraftKings, if you can catch like a point move and you buy it like a point and a half out of the money, probably very cheap, right? Like 20 and change, maybe $30. An SLV call right now, probably expecting like the 40-50 cent move to the next strike price for this Friday or whatever is probably like $11 each or something mad cheap like that. So, again, the timing is rough, and sometimes you can see, yeah, it's like flat, didn't really do anything to help my options, but if you can just pick your spots and just wait for a move, you could see some good returns. I mean, I would be very cheap I would aim small and I would miss small, but if I was right, something like SLV, that's what I mean. I'd buy calls for like $6-7 each. And then if the freaking thing started climbing, all of a sudden they were worth like 25, 32 each. Right? You understand? So when I was wrong, it would be a small loss. When I was right, I'd make 300-400%. But of course, strictly trading options is very stressful and very risky. It's risky. Because again, even if you know what you're doing, you can still get screwed. Says there's only 13 people in here. That's a shame. There should be 1,300 people in here. I don't know who else they're watching right now, but it's okay. To each their own. Like I said, I had some people, when I first started, people were like, oh, I heard that accent, I can't listen to you. All right, whatever. Bro, brother, I know I'm going to be right more than I'm wrong. So, if that's something that's turning you off, I understand, and I wish you the best of luck. People out there saying, when I would do an analytical video and it would be like 20-25 minutes long, and they'd say, oh man, if this was like 12 minutes or less, it'd be perfect. Listen, I appreciate that input. After that, I tried to maybe like speak a little faster or not look at every little tiny thing to shorten up the length of the video. But again, I remind you, I have essentially been a Series 7, Series 63 licensed financial advisor free of charge for you for like the last 3.5, 4 years. So first of all, you're welcome. And second of all, if I keep going and I have 30 minutes of information and opinions to say about something, then that's what it is. That's what it is. If you only want to put in 10-12 minutes to find out what to buy, then guess what? You're going to get 10-12 minute results. You get out what you put in. And now, of course, again, I tried again to work with these suggestions and these criticisms. But at the end of the day, again, I'm showing you wild success rates. And look at the diversification I'm bringing to the table also. And, I've been doing it steadily for years. So, especially by this point, if you're aware of my channel, but you don't like the timbre of my timbre of my voice, if if you don't like the sound of my voice, the tone of my voice, that's why you don't watch. That's your call. If I'm talking about something for 20 minutes and you only have a 6-minute attention span, that's up to you. That is your problem. If you want to put 6-minute effort in, and you will get a 6-minute effort out. Yields continue to drop. 10-year down almost 1.9%, 20-year down 1.9%. Almost looks like a potential head and shoulders setting up. Bang, bang, bang. So we'll keep an eye on that, but yeah, yields down big, and we can see 20-year down almost 2%, broke straight through this fib and the moving average as well. But again, something like yesterday, yields were up, stocks were also up, and today yields are down and stocks are pulling back. So who knows really what the heck is going on, but it's always good to keep an eye on all this stuff. Campbell's staying up. 420. Fubo. Fubo. Wow, we are swinging. People don't even know what to do. Do I sell it? Well, I don't understand. Do I buy it? No, sell it. No, buy it. Good times. Be here defending Suzanne in the Discord, right? I don't have to. I don't have to. You know, I spoil you. Freaking AMD, man. Like I said, videos at whatever, 120. Stock drops to like 104. Everyone's like, oh, what's going on? AMD, sad face. Now we fast forward, literally verbatim, what I said would happen months ago. Now we fast forward and, oh, I sold AMD too early. Oh, I didn't think AMD would rebound. Oh, I should have bought more AMD. And just so you know, I'm sitting here laughing my ass off. Laughing. I want you to know that. I don't type it out, but when you type it to me, bro, I am pissing myself. Imagine knowing exactly what's going to happen, exactly how everyone's going to react, and telling people exactly what to do, and then they don't do it. Can you just imagine, put yourself in those shoes for a second, honestly. And people want to know why, wow, you brokers are, oh, you guys are so aggressive on the phone, you know, you're so emotional about it, so passionate. Yeah. I mean, again, not to lump us all together, because unfortunately, the average broker is a salesman, because that's what it comes down to. But, you know, you respect the grind, but if we're talking about a real advisor, yeah, you know, if an advisor called someone up and they said, you know, oh yeah, something like MBOT or, you know, AMD at like 140, like, yeah, it's beaten up, you should take a position. And then the client's like, I don't know about AMD. It's like, you know, no one cares what you think, right? Now, obviously, you can't tell the client that, but in reality, that's what it comes down to. Especially if you're dealing with an advisor and not a broker, again, because a broker, I mean, you know, they're looking for commissions. They're looking for commissions. But in all fairness, again, if you have a decent analyst at the firm, then it's actually advantageous to everybody. So if you're not just selling stories, right? I mean, because you want to sell the sense of urgency, right? So if you saw The Wolf of Wall Street, that is basically verbatim the pitch and how you're taught. So, you know, that sense of urgency to where you're trying to convince them to buy it now, that absolutely has to be there, right? Because you have to make a case for, hey, listen, we got to buy this now. You know, I know you're going to say, I'll call you back next week, and we might be okay, but we might miss it also, right? That's why we're talking about it. So, of course, it's hard to do, you know, differentiate who's a salesman and, you know, who's really an advisor. But Again, you tell people what to do and they don't listen. That's what it comes down to. That's why it's frustrating. Like I said, just remember, if I had your money, I'd be up 50% in AMD. Just remember that. That's all you gotta know. Or you could have bought AMDL and been up even more. AMDL, again, ETF, 2x daily return, and you can see, look, moves exactly with AMD, up double the amount. 6% bump today, up to almost 13.5, hit the high 13s. And of course, when we back up and see where it was beaten up with AMD, it was sub $3. It is now $13. And I laugh too, because people were, for some reason, telling me in the Discord, this is not one you buy and hold, or whatever the heck they were trying to say. But at the end of the day, again, even if you bought early with us here at 6, if you were able to add at, 3 and change, I mean, come on. You're up 200%. Excuse my language, but shit's easy, man. I say this all the time. Shit's easy. Volare. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Am I not allowed to sing in case I get demonetized? Whatever. Whatever. They can try, but we all know you can't keep a good man down. I'll get back on top one way or another. Yeah, but we looked at, what did we look at? We looked at PayPal and SoFi before. I know yesterday I might have mentioned in the Discord or on the stream. I think it was on the stream, but I said in my opinion, puts on Whirlpool. This company's kind of been dragging ass lately, to put it nicely, but you can see big miss there on the EPS, missed by about 70 million in change on that revenue mark. Stock down almost 12% right now. So, I did say Rambus puts, and apparently every tech company has increased demand and increased revenue, right? We're starting to see this across the board, really. So I guess you can say I should have known that, but Rambus actually isn't really too much of a brand name company. I'm surprised it was even on the earnings whisper calendar. But Whirlpool seemed like a pretty confident call that, they were going to cry about the tariffs and they were going to come in light. I had that inkling, but we know earnings are a gamble, right? They could have reported a terrible quarter and then popped 10%. So it's dangerous out there. It's dangerous. Dangerous. See, I gotta stop singing. So again, just to put this into perspective, you guys once again had licensed professional for free for the last several years who has been making some pretty good calls. And again, whether the calls are up, down, or sideways, again, I didn't hide from anybody, right? Uh, you saw it before in the chat, right? Somebody's like, "Oh, what's going on with Swibby? Stocks down big, just hit new lows." You know, did I read past the message? You know what I mean? Wink, wink, and not see it in the chat? No, no. Went right to it. Went right to it. Uh, you know, how do you say her name? Is it like Kirsten? I mean, it's definitely not pronounced like that. If she gets a contract, the warrants won't be an issue. They're financially stable. Yes, I agree. I agree, Susanna. I know people keep mentioning the warrants, which definitely understandable, right? Because we could potentially see a little bit of dilution. But remember also, if the warrants are exercised to shares, that also signals demand, right? So again, even if we get to that point and the stock starts selling off, as Suzanne said, if we get news of a contract or something like that, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter in the long run. But, you know, I guess if you're looking for a dip, I guess you're hoping nothing happens till September, so it goes down, so you can buy more. I don't know. Whatever. When is the Texas facility coming online? Q1 26? I don't recall. So, again, you'd probably have to. This is why I say, like, being in the Discord or just like following the channel, that does not substitute the videos. That does not substitute the videos. And I know Suzanne answered right away. We appreciate that. But again, we read the article and I pointed out the timeline in previous videos. So you must pay attention. Okay, so we talk about this, but we don't. I mean, two million in warrants, honestly, in my opinion, is really not that much money, and you're priced at 20 cents Canadian. Sounds like a good deal. I could have swore I remember them saying in an article. Yeah, I must be getting my stocks mixed up. A lot of presentation. Right, we spoke about this in the past. Upsize the private placement to 3.5 million off of strong demand, I believe they said. I can't recall. Yeah, if that's accurate, thank you, Suzanne. Texas facility supposedly coming online Q1 of 26. I have a feeling it might actually even be before that. Not sure how much will be a pullback with warrants. I don't know. Everyone wants to increase their position now that the word is out. Yeah, that's what it's all coming down to. That's why people are talking about warrants, because they want that news to hit the stock and they want Wall Street to beat it up so that they can buy shares at 28, 38 cents again. And that's understandable. But I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Again, I thought I kind of slowly got the word out. I know a lot of you jumped in, but yeah, I guess everyone started talking about this other guy on X. So I guess he's got more followers than I do, so, you know, I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. Oh, man. I am out of shape. Graph potential tightening. Might pop right back up to 70. But yeah, the word is definitely out because, again, we saw it just go straight up, right above our top trend lines, consistently hit these new highs. So word is definitely out. And again, anyone who was able to take the risk even a couple of days ago just basically like doubled their money. So, I mean, you might have people trading it on the breakout. You have a lot of other people piling in. So it's hard to know what it'll do day by day. I'll buy more if it pulls back. Any advice on the level? Psst, I have no idea. I have no idea at this moment because I wasn't sure how quickly it would approach the top line and make new highs above 29 cents or whatever it was. And now you can see today we hit 72 cents. So we're kind of moving a little quicker than anticipated. So again, to play it safe, we'll say prepare for the worst, hope for the best. So I'd say this would be the pullback. We could have maybe the moving average coming up to like where it bottomed out here. So that might be your entry right there at around 36 and change, 37 cents maybe. Best I can tell you right now, in my opinion. Or of course we could drop back here to 28, 29 cents, which definitely could happen as well. So got to take it day by day. At this price, though, 180 million market cap. So, you know, we're still very small. So that's why, again, even with, you know, what's potentially coming on the horizon with the timeline, and the fact that we're just pumping everything nowadays. I mean, you know, this stock might run straight up, as I said, to like $2-3 before it starts really cooling off. So I don't know. Gonna have to take it day by day. Again, look at the volume. It's hard to call, but it seems like buys are outweighing sells. Might have to stop it a little bit. Maybe eat a little turkey sandwich or something. Oh, but I also wanted to say too, I know I always reiterate like, oh, I was licensed, you know. Of course I was licensed, I'll say it again. But good success rate, right? Didn't charge anyone for the first several years. A lot of people close to me said I was crazy. After like the first like 6, 8, 10, 12 months when I was right more than I'm wrong, and people like started to join the Discord and like talk to me a little bit every day. I had everyone around me like, yo, you're crazy, you should be charging whatever, $50, whatever, anything. And I was like, no, that's not the way I want to do it. That's not the way I want to do it. And unfortunately, after all these years, I definitely could have made a lot more money. But again, I was very nice about it, and I know it's an area investing I'm talking about. I know it's an area now where a lot of people are very skittish. You always see people posting about, the freaking rug pull, who bought into a stock and then the CEO dumped all their shares, who's buying a meme coin and then they dumped everything, right? So I was like, you know what? Let me really show everyone who's who in my line of business. Let me really show it to people. Right? And now we can talk about whatever, monthly payment, whatever, a piece, whatever. Right? And it's funny too that now that we have stocks moving, you notice all of a sudden people are joining and they're telling you they own some size. Right? So that's another reason why I used to laugh when people would try to debate me in my Discord. Like, you really think people with money are in here listening to you? I say, hey, I know they are. I know they are. I'm just too damn good at this stuff, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Oh, but yes, I went off on a tangent. My other point, going back to me being here for you, is that, again, I have an analytical mind, and I really don't mind doing this. Just like looking at stocks and seeing what looks good, what doesn't. I really don't mind sitting here for hours a day and doing this. So, I really do believe you're getting something special in me here. Not only, obviously, for the last couple of years, but for the next several years as well. I actually told my father and my uncle about this stock as well, but do they listen? Nah. Nobody listens. And then, of course, when you tell people, like, oh, remember that stock? It's up to frickin' 70 cents. Like, oh, wow, bro, great call, great call. What else are you watching? Nothing. I was watching this, which is why I mentioned it to you. Now it's up 800%. I don't know what to tell you. Right? This is what I mean. This is what I mean when we talk about cherry picking stocks, right? What do you think of Joseph Carlson? Honestly, I have no idea who that is. I have no idea who that is. No disrespect to him. Again, see, not to be cocky, could someone else on a platform be saying something interesting? Could they be looking at a stock or a sector I'm not looking at? Of course, right? There's whatever, 30,000 companies that trade public. It's impossible to keep track of everything. But again, not to be cocky, if we're talking about like straight up stock market, which stocks to buy, again, all disrespect to him, he might have had experience, but again, I was licensed, so I don't really watch other people. I don't need to. As you could tell. And that's why people will be like, oh, did you see what this guy just said on CNBC? It's like, bro, I can rip my TV out of the wall and throw it out the window, and I'd still pick winners. I don't need CNBC. Also, speaking of CNBC, when they do like that fast money and it's like the last trade of the day or whatever they do, right? Sometimes, one of the guys, one of the guys said ANSYS. One of the guys said ANSYS. Are we not listed? Well, ANSYS. I remember seeing that got like delisted or something, or taken off the exchange or somebody. I don't know. All right. You asked me about Joseph Carlson. Are you gonna tell me who this person is at least? You just bring up random people. I mean, come on. We are currently at 7,040 subscribers. Slowly but surely. Like I said, again, not to be cocky, but at this point with the success rate, I should be getting 50, 100 subs a day, honestly. I don't know what people are looking for, who they're watching. I don't know. Like, if you know about the stock market and even have like a tiny, $1,000 in a retirement account, I think everyone in between and all those people should be watching. Another YouTube guy, but I don't get why people watch him. Yeah. There's a lot of that going around apparently. Yeah, I'll pull it up on the other screen. Again, not to be a schmuck. Do you go on his live streams when he has 20,000 people watching and bring up my name? I hope you do. Because apparently, that might be the only way for me to blow up like that. Alright. Came up right away. Almost 500,000 subs? What?
Everyone would love to have.
What? Are you serious? Yeah, joined over 10 years. I don't know how long he's been uploading videos now. 39.6 million total views. Psh, must be nice. Must be nice. Selling the course. Got the Patreon link for the Discord. Must be nice. Let me tell you something again. You can see that I'm a pretty good investor, and I don't live beyond my means. I'm a very, very simple man. I really don't spend much money. So, honestly, if I had that many subscribers and I was getting that much ad revenue just off the boosted views of the videos, I probably wouldn't even need to charge anybody. I definitely wouldn't need to put up a Patreon page. I'll tell you that much right now. If we're going to work one-on-one and, we're going to talk in the Discord, if you want my advice, my opinions on everything, yeah, I could charge you a couple of bucks like that for a month. But, a Patreon page? We have, I have the window open again. Sorry you heard that car go by, but... I actually had someone else in the Discord, make my thumbnail template for me. And it's actually similar to this guy's thumbnails. So I hope people don't think I copied him. Yeah, see, that'd be nice. I mean, again, I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade. I'm sure he's a nice kid, nice guy. I don't know how old he is, but wow, look at that. A couple of days ago, videos got 118,000 views. That's nice. That's nice. That's what I mean. If I was able to post videos, and again, I'm not talking like 3 videos a day, they all get 250,000 views. That's not what I'm saying. Even like that, if I was able to post a video like every day or two, and it gets 100,000 views, I mean, I'd be good to go. I'd be good to go. So everyone tells me they don't like long videos, and this guy's most popular video has 3.2 million views, and it's 43 minutes long. Whatever. Amazing. Amazing. But his picks have been very typical. Yeah, they were all typical because they don't know what they're doing. Again, no disrespect to him. I don't know. Did he take a finance course? Did he make 1 or 2 good calls, so now all of a sudden he's selling his own course, right? Like, what's the backstory? I don't understand. That's what you have to find out. That's how you know if people really know what they're talking about. However, I did see, as you said, his picks have been very typical. I did see very derivative, typical, yes, run-of-the-mill stocks that were spoken about. Yes, I will say that. I will definitely say that. Which is why I say again, that freaking guy somehow has all those freaking subs and gets all those views. If you want to talk about the same handful of stocks that they all talk about, yeah, go watch that guy. I've been showing you in real time over the last 3.5, 4 years. You want to change your life? You want to pay half the amount in taxes? You want to be stress-free? You want to find winners? I'm the guy to watch. You want to hear about Google and Nvidia and AI data centers? I mean, listen, we talk about that too, but that's obviously a very tiny piece. So, like I said, you want the generic bullshit that really doesn't get you anywhere? Go listen to them. Like I said, 500,000 subs and climbing. Amazing. Amazing. I remember how much of a milestone it was to get 1% of that, which took roughly 3 years. Don't worry about what they're doing. Focus on your excellent advice. They have gimmick, mostly pumps and dumps. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Jerry. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I don't worry about what they're doing. That's why, again, someone that supposedly you all know with 500,000 subs, oh, do you know about this guy? Never heard of him. Never heard. He could be gone tomorrow and we'd be up. You understand? That's the difference. I just jumped on X and I'm trying to post on there, get a little following there. I got like 280 people or whatever. It's nothing, right? It's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. And that's what I mean. Everyone goes on X and Instagram for their stock recos. Shut them all down. And we'll still be up. Do you understand? I don't care what they say. I don't need to do a live stream with anybody, a collab. Oh, let me ask you a question. What's the formula to find operating income? I don't have time for that. You understand? I've been there already. Someone knowing the formula for gross profit or operating income, that impresses you because you have just stumbled upon this. You are a hobbyist. Okay? I know what an operating income is and how to find the PE, right? I know all that because I was actually Series 7, Series 63 licensed financial advisor. Again, top 5 hardest test in the country. And I actually laughed too because I know there was I remember that meme video, right? What the guy was doing like a real estate course or something, right? And someone like called in and they were like, "Oh, what's the formula for a cap rate?" Right? And the guy was just like sitting there like a deer in headlights, staring at the screen. And I will say this: if there's a lot to know, so if you came at me, what's the formula for this? What's the formula for that? I probably will get one or two wrong. I'm gonna tell you that much right now. However, the channel right now, I mean, I could talk about everything. I know about all different investment vehicles, but the channel right now has been mostly stocks, right? So, again, he was doing real estate. The guy asked him, what's formula for cap rate? He had nothing to say, right? That's bad because that's what the focus of his course was on, right? So again, something like here, we're looking at stocks. So if you were to ask me like, yeah, how do you find the market cap? Like if I didn't know the answer, that's utter embarrassment, right? You got to close up shop. You're out of business tomorrow, technically. So I don't know. I just went off on a tangent, but I just remember that video. And I know how, when if you happen to speak kind of negatively about another quote unquote influencer or content creator, they try to bark back, oh yeah, let's meet up, let's go on live. No, I don't have any time for that. Because again, not to be an arrogant, cocky schmuck, you need to prove to yourself and everyone watching that you think you're better than me. I do not even need to show up because one, I don't even know you exist or know who you are. And number two, with or without you, everything's going to be just fine. So, again, even if they have 80 million subs, believe it or not, they need me. I don't need them. I think the big channels just go with one popular stock and ride the views to boost their channel. Yeah, of course. Of course. And I even admitted that like a year or two ago, with STEM, perfect example. I wasn't too big on STEM, and I know they were doing their whatever batteries or whatever it was, but the video at the time got like 400 or 500 views, and on average I think videos were getting like 60, 80 views or something. So yeah, when I saw that I was like, oh okay, I'll do updates on STEM every couple of weeks. But yeah, you can't just talk about that, and like I said yesterday with SMCI, like a third or half of my subs came recently because I've been putting out videos on SMCI and saying that I'm bullish on it. But you can't just talk about SMCI, like what the heck are we doing here? Well, I'm just going to be an SMCI channel? Like, that's pointless. Who's that helping? Who's that help? And then remember also, after X amount of days, weeks, months, I'm gonna be at the end of my rope, right? And I'm gonna be sitting here like, bro, nothing's happening. I don't, have anything to say. I don't even want to talk about this stock, but I have to do a video on SMCI because that's what we do here. Like, dismal. That's what I mean. Something like that. That's like a dismal YouTube kind of career, I guess you can call it. But yeah, that would be terrible. I would never want to do that. Even now, something like HGraph exploding. Like, imagine talking about HGraph every day? Only? I'd go out of my mind. Here you go. Woof. I am just very happy that this one worked out the way it did. And it sounds like a lot of you, again, unfortunately, it wasn't everybody, right? It's never going to be everybody that was involved, of course. But I am very glad that a bunch of you did happen to take a position in this and kind of just see the potential that I saw. And now, again, whether we agree with how quickly it's happening, doesn't really matter, right? Because we're up, so. RC connected on LinkedIn. I don't know what that means. Oh, what? To the CEO? Or you connected with each other? Alright, whatever. See, no one's typing. I'm reading every little thing. See? See how we get sidetracked? Oh, that's my keyboard disconnecting and reconnecting, as it does. Oil is now up almost 3%. So, the idea floated before of USO calls was obviously the right call. Yeah, and we were looking for... Yeah, I was going to say, it broke straight up above that trend line. That was, yeah, like 68.20. We are straight up here. Crude oil hitting 5-week high, as it says. And I don't sit here with like CNBC on or anything, so like, you know, if something just happened or if Trump said something, I missed it. I'm not aware of it. Discord, useless, right? Got to do this all myself. Nah, I'm just kidding. But if you think about it, I'm trying to do a lot by myself here. Everyone is silent. We don't know what's happening. Oil's up. 3%. USO calls, man. I'm telling you, you still have upside. It looks like you still have upside. My port is the three-headed row monster, Rolls-Royce, Rocket Lab, Hey, whatever works, right? If they're up, they're up. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Yeah, I got an alphabetic portfolio. You have a little alliteration going on there with your RRRs. Doesn't even matter. If it works, then I guess you made the right call. Yeah, Rocket Lab started moving, obviously, with the whole space sector in general. I did say in a video, though, in their defense, at least they're generating some revenue, right? So that's why a run-up in Rocket Lab would make a little more sense to me than ASTS, but the whole sector just started to run. Robinhood, yeah, unfortunately, it really shouldn't be up, but you bought a good one, so I'm happy for you. And Rolls-Royce, of course, just a powerhouse. Just an absolute power. I remember finding that stock down at $1, and I was like, it's $1? And it was like, it fell from like 36 with dividends and all that. I was like, you know, just buy it, give them some time, it'll be fine. And slow and steady wins the race, man. Yeah, everything just chunked down a little bit, but oil dropping, trying to retest that moving average. The dollar didn't do anything, really. Had big volume coming to oil. Supply rejected, drop back down. Yeah, the Dow dropped down bigly. Potential bear flag forming. If you're watching, if you're looking for an option trade, you can try DIA puts. DIA ETF that tracks the Dow. DIA puts potentially on this breakdown. I mean, of course, it could randomly pop up and test the moving average, but it really should break down. DIA puts. In my opinion, I'll try to throw that out in the Discord as well. Up, it's breaking too quickly. I'm not quick enough. VIX is moving. Again, if S&P is going to follow suit, again, you got the ETF, something like VXX, that tracks the volatility of the S&P, right? You can buy VXX calls, right? Because the volatility is going to go up as the stock goes down. Up, and you can see Dow spiking back up. Q&A on CNBC. Who cares? Tariff revenue can reduce U.S. deficit. Yeah, that's supposedly what we're expecting. Possible China truce extension could be 90 days. Senate working on secondary Russia tariffs. You're just really starting to, you're trying to just piss people off, it looks like. For the DIA puts, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. Again, just an idea. I throw out these ideas. The short term, obviously, we know the risks involved. You know how volatile it could be. I'm sorry if you're getting noise from outside the window. I'm going to close it in a second. I just want to see something. $440 put. About $75 right now on DIA. A little expensive. A little expensive. And we're climbing anyway. NASDAQ just spiked up above the moving average. And the S&P as well. We have to see now if we keep climbing or if we have a little rejection here. Fubo holding, AMD holding. We be chilling, we be chilling. We're slowly ticking up here. Yeah, you can see now this is, I mean, if you want to say, like, this is our trend line. Dow above moving average. We are on the move. Yes, each other. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Thanks for the update. And who is this now in the Discord? Ridiculous. Bring that baby back down. Nice Discord pick. Yeah, thanks, brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Looks like market's trying to get up. La-dee-da-dee-da. Oil back up. Yep, yep. Silver, slightly green now. Trump, Russia, Ukraine issues. Okay. Whoop. We got the phone. I'll be back in a minute. Hey, hey. Back in action with the Nasdaq green. Mm. Is it above the top? Mm. It's a little Nasdaq reversal here. Da-dee-da-dee-da. Someone's ass apart in the Discord, you know? Keep them on their toes. I don't know if you're watching, Cole, but stay sharp, brother. Stay sharp. Love you. Love all these. I mean, I can't stand you sometimes, but I love all these. Da-dee-da-dee-da. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still feeling DIA puts here. I don't know, though. I feel like every time I say index puts, the freaking market flies and hits new highs. So I don't even know if you should listen to me on that one. Bada bing, bada boom, boom. Yeah, so it looks like I'm watching like the replay coming back to you. I mean, I guess it looks delayed. It's telling me to change the stream bitrate. Guess that's an issue. I don't know. My apologies if you're having any difficulties with the stream. Oil looks like it's ready to pop even higher, man. $2 o'clock on a Tuesday. No. Mm-hmm. It's saying the stream is behind. I'm just gonna like bump the stream up. I don't know why the stream is so delayed. I mean, am I supposed to like hit the live button and just zoom you all up here? I don't know. So many issues. Maybe that's what the bitrate was that they were talking about. Yep, 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 yep. Mm-hmm. Don't call it a comeback. H-Graph fighting for 70. 70. Embod beaten up. Brought the market cap down to just about 100 mil. I don't know if they can really break it too much. Again, we were looking for what? Maybe like 265 or something? Could be the low. Hit 271. Volume still about 1 1/3 times average. Again, we did have big volume just recently, right? So we had people recently buy in, so they are in already. But yeah, we could maybe go a couple of cents lower. We'll see. We'll see. Stream seems to be delayed. Oil 69 a barrel and holding. Just gonna bump the stream up a little bit. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, whatever. USO calls. Yep. Trying to slowly climb back up. Slowly but surely. Wow, this chair makes a lot of noise, you know? Yeah. Annoying. So annoying. Yep. Yep. Uh-oh, Piscadio. Yep, 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 yep. Oh, oh, I need a Bacchiotomy. I'm just gonna bring you guys up. How about that? How about that? We have 15 likes. Wow. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everybody throwing those likes over there. Yep. I mean, I guess we could just kind of hang out together. Yeah, I don't know. I should eat something. Yep, 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 yep. Chilling. Oh, look at that oil. Woof. Look at that oil. I don't know. I just skipped ahead. I have no idea if you guys lost some of the stream. It's all right, though. Don't worry about it. Not much happened. We have these days, doom and gloom. Start soaring again. They downgrade, drops, they get in, all of a sudden upgrade. Ah, we're learning. We are learning. As we can see, we have oil climbing up. But yeah, I just hit that live button because the stream was like behind where I'm actually where what I'm talking about right now. Did you guys lose like the last 15-20 minutes? I don't know how that works. But if you lost anything, I apologize. But sitting here watching oil break up and out here, 3.5% now. Oil back in play. Fubo holding 5%. Yep. This is why I was saying USO calls before, maybe, as we started to see this big spike up here on oil. Looks like they want to just keep stepping it higher. Now up over 3.5%. Oh, I have to sneeze. Oh my goodness, in real time, oil exploding. Oh baby. MBOD being Israel-based gives me a gut feeling on the FDA approval. Sometimes it's just a gut feeling. You know, sometimes, Nick, it is. When you know, you know. And that's all I have to say about that. Currently watching oil on the rise. And it says we got like 11, 12 viewers. All right, welcome. Make sure to give the stream a like, right? That helps. I actually don't even know if it does anything, but I know everyone else always asks for likes, so like the video. They act like it does something, but I don't know if it really does anything. Yep. So it has been we're approaching the 4-hour mark for the stream. And apparently it's like, oh, you want to put a goal? I was like, yeah, sure, 10 super chats. Yeah, 0. After 4 hours, 0. I know one of you had a small donation earlier. I appreciate that. You are apparently the most generous person in here. But it's the thought that counts, so I do appreciate that. Oil staying up. Stocks are staying down. I don't know. I'm starting to get hungry. What should I eat? What do you guys think? I don't know what to eat. GBTU up, money going into energy today, looks like. We appreciate that update. And yes, it looks like, again, we see oil spiking. Looks like energy is potentially back in play maybe for the next week or so, we could say. I wonder, did LEU see a bump out of curiosity? Yeah, a little bit. LEU, again, this is nuclear. This one has done very well, as you see. Looked at it about a year ago at around the 39-40 mark, and we have just been on the up and up. And again, you could say, oh, I missed it, what the heck, blah, blah, blah. Everyone asked for a Trump video. I mentioned it in the Trump video. I said LEU looks like it's still good. Trump likes nuclear. Vance likes nuclear, right? We could potentially see the writing on the wall. Bada bing, bada boom. There you go. AMD was still chilling. Beautiful. Above that fib, you can see there's a 1-year chart, by the way. You can see we're above that fib now, 177.80. Stock hitting new highs of about 182 1/3 today. Right, and what'd they say at 110? What'd they say at 95? Remember? Oh, what's going on with AMD? What happened? What are super chats? I have no idea. I'm pretty sure you like make a donation to the chat and it's a super chat. I don't know. But I put the goal at 10, and right now we're at 0, which is fine. It's okay. You know, I wouldn't want to get upset or anything, you know. Good oil staying up. Ooh, ran right to that mark. Looks like about 69.5. Yeah, 69.40. Oof. Okay. Now, we are going to see if we just hang out or if we absolutely explode and all of a sudden oil is going to be up like 5-6%. So, this could be interesting. Yep. Silver now up over 0.1%. All right. Slow and steady. What do I tell you? What did I tell you? Oh, baby. Yeah, we're on the move. I like the way you move. Looks like the Dow is just kind of seesawing here. Yep. La-dee-da-dee-da. La-da-dee-da-da-da. Yep, we're up to 17 likes. I see you. Appreciate your chat. Appreciate it. What's the NASDAQ doing? Kind of the same thing. Actually, looks like everything might turn lower. Dollar looks like it's actually potentially wedging. Maybe ready to pop up. Wheat sinks on strong dollar. I'm sure that helps somebody. Yeah, we've been trending down since basically the open, but still staying up. Yield sitting at about 1 3/4% down. And we might stay red as much as people love to pump. We may stay red here. How do you donate? I've never done it before. It's alright, we could just do it personally if you want. But if you would like to donate, you can, I believe there's like a dollar sign somewhere and you could make a donation. It's alright. Not a big deal. I am just enjoying everyone's company. Oh, there's my keyboard. Probably installing malware all over my PC, who knows? I don't trust anything. Gonna go back to a typewriter soon. I don't even trust the computer. NASDAQ back flat. Yeah. Yeah, the NASDAQ technically is above trend line, so we might see a little bit of a climb from there. Looks like the Dow, this is Tuesday, yeah, looks like the Dow has a little bit of ways to go. And the S&P basically same thing. No, actually S&P is kind of right there. Yeah, so we might break up, start rallying a little bit here. Maybe for the next like 20-30 minutes. And then they might sell it off again as we hit 3. Donate to get this man a new keyboard. Yeah, apparently it's true. I don't know. Like it works. You know, like it's the keyboard's fine. It'll just randomly just like disconnect and reconnect itself. And the best is when like I'm playing CS and that happens, because as it like resets itself, it holds the last key you were pressing. So I'll just randomly start like running to my left like uncontrollably because the freaking keyboard reconnected, but that's okay. It happens. It looks like in general, you guys like see what I'm doing maybe like a minute or so delayed. That kind of sucks. I wish, can we shorten that up? Wish I could make it like 10-20 seconds or something. I mean, I guess if we're not doing any, you know, really quick scalp trades, I guess it's not too much of a big deal. That's no big deal, man. That's no big deal. So we have the S&P now above trend line. NASDAQ now up 9 points above trend line. The Dow technically is not there yet. But we know that a lot of buying lately, especially, has been tech heavy, right? So the NASDAQ has been on the up and up. NASDAQ now half of the Dow. Yeah, man, I remember, man, the NASDAQ was like, I don't know, 2000. That was when the Dow, I think, was like 16K or something, like 21K. We have come a long, long way, baby. Oil. Oh, 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 oh. Uh, I did end up buying more Fubo and sold Google stock. To everyone in the chat, this is financial advice. Just kidding. Well, we appreciate you keeping us informed, Nick, of course, having a good time with us. But, yeah, I mean, again, you know, the big tech names definitely could continue to see some upside, right? But you can see, of course, smaller caps move, you know, have the potential to break up and move more than large caps. We know that. But, you know, we're keeping an eye on a lot of stocks that have a lot of news brewing, right? We again, like Nick said, he sold off Google, bought more Fubo. We're going to potentially hear about this merger news soon. Boom. Hopefully that could pop it back up to whatever, 6 and change where it was, right? HGraph, again, you know, volume coming in. We're climbing up. We're up big on the anticipation that news is coming. Microbot, same thing, right? From $1 up to $3, volume coming in on anticipation that something is coming. So, you know, again, is it always a good idea to, you know, sell the slower movers for the big poppers? Not always. Depends on your situation, right? I don't want to go into his situation too much, but Nick, in his current situation, could do something like that. Again, it really comes down to situations, you know, because people will just message me like, oh, I opened an account, I got $5,000, what should I do? It's like, well, I don't know anything about you, so any answer I give is incorrect, and that is not a lie, right? If you turn around, right, I could say, oh, just buy Apple stock, right, or just pick a, you know, a level-headed name like that, or just buy Google, right? But again, if you have good income coming in and you're younger and you don't have much of a portfolio, but you know, but you're starting out and you can take a little bit more risk, then maybe you should do something like an MBOT, a Fubo, or even something like an SB, right? SB, like still a cheap under the radar stock, but you know, it's a shipping company, the fundamentals look solid, you know, you could turn around in a couple of months, it could be at 5 and change, it could be back up at 6, right? So maybe something like that. They pay you a little dividend to own it. So it's really all situational, you know. That's why technically a good advisor wants to know as much about you as possible. How much do you spend a day? You know, do you have any little, you know, silly luxurious habits, if you will, that take a chunk off your bottom line every year, every month? How old are you, right? Do you own your home? Are you renting? Are you planning to save a home like first, you know, and do that first, like save for a house? Did you, you know, again, you know, sorry it happens, unfortunately, but we know, you know, did someone pass away? All of a sudden they left you a chunk of change. What do you do with it? So, and that's what I mean. It really comes down to your situation, and everyone's different. So that's why if you join a random Discord and you're like, oh, I got $1,000. Where am I putting it? What's going on? And people are like, oh, buy this, look at this, buy this, buy this. You should leave immediately. You should leave immediately. Sitting here with like 10 viewers. Made $1.65 thanks to the conversion rate. And I've been sitting here for 4 hours. Made $1.60. Actually, I'm gonna close the window. Screw it. Put the air back. $1.60. So YouTube is showing me average view duration 17 minutes and 34 seconds. I actually think that's not bad for how annoying I can be. I'll take that. Not bad. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try to do live a little more often when I can, but again, like you even heard before, like I'll randomly get a phone call, and again, that's why, like, if we're sitting here talking, all of a sudden I get a phone call or something happens, somebody rings the doorbell, I got to step away for 10, 20 minutes, like, you know what I'm saying? I don't just want to like leave you hanging or something, so that's why I kind of like would make the videos, and hopefully, I'd get no interruptions, and boom, I'd stop recording and upload that video. But yeah, there are times where, yeah, I randomly get phone calls, and like it's a pain in the ass to edit it out and trim it out of the video, so sometimes I just delete it and have to re-record the video. So just to let you know, full disclosure, that's why I don't always go live. I know people say, oh shit, go live, let me see your account, let me see what you're buying. Like, first of all, you don't need to see my account because there's barely anything in it, right? That's first of all. Second of all, I've essentially day in and day out been making videos and telling you what I'd be buying, what I think you should be buying, what's overvalued, what's undervalued. So that's what I mean. Like, people, people will always, you're from Boston, bro, you're crazy, bro. Central Mass. From New York, all right? Get it right. The fact that I speak, this happens in Counter-Strike also, even as soon as I start making a call. People right away. Oh, you from Boston? Where you from? Jersey? The fact that you cannot differentiate a Boston accent from New York, from Jersey, honestly, you should be embarrassed. You should be ashamed of yourself. You said you're originally from Central Miss. You think I sound like you? You serious? Come on. Central Mass. Got the accent wrong. That's great. I got people who come in here from like Sweden and they're like, oh, you're from New York? You should be embarrassed. 100%. Again, if you were from Wisconsin, right, a little more understandable. You're from Mass. I thought I was from Boston. That's rough. That is rough. Spending too much time banking over there, not enough time paying attention. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if we should trust you at all, Nick. What kind of banker are you, huh? People come all day, they make 10 deposits, and then you say you have no money to give out a loan, huh? What kind of banker are you? People are crazy. Look at oil. Look at that oil. La-dee, da-dee-da. Little update from Antonio. Vanguard Group owns 5% of MBOT. Yes, well, usually most institutions are the ones who fund and do the initial investments into the companies that are public. Never trust a banker. 100%. 100%. That's why I became a broker, right? People trust brokers more than bankers. Nick's out there giving microloans like Jim Carrey and Yes Man. Giving loans out the back door over there. What'd you say? You need a pack of Newports and a Gatorade? 5% vig, huh? Yeah, I saw Black Mass with Johnny Depp. I know what you're doing out there. Think I don't know? Look at oil. And it's funny, because over here, right, I was like, oh, USO calls. Boom! Just gotta ride that wave, baby. Sit here smoking on stream. I love it. SB green. Green. Yeah, UAA, I will say, Under Armour, it hasn't gone much above 7, but it also really hasn't gone much below 7. And I just think it's from the tariffs and just uncertainty and the fact that the sector's just been weak. Even Nike, right, we saw recently took a hit. Goodness. Hmm. Oh, goodness. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Yep. Yep. Just the Dow looking. Yeah, so it was like over here where I thought we'd drop. We technically really didn't do much since that point. 5 minutes to 3, ladies and gentlemen, so we're either going to pop back up or we are going to crater. Hmm. SACH looks like a value trap. Sock'em? Rock'em Sock'em Capital? I don't know, it might be a buy. Might be a buy with that kind of name. Ooh. SPAC? No, it's not SPAC. Came out like 4 or 5. Up a little bit. Down to 3. Made higher highs. Okay. Big drop on the lockdowns. Back to where it was that year. 6.5, really? And these dividends have been steady. 13. 11. What is that? Earnings. 11. Yeah, we were right here. 11. 11. 8. 5. That is a bad sign. That is a bad sign because a REIT, oh yeah, sweet, we got a member. You know, honestly, I don't even know. I thought that was like for a donation. Yeah, my apologies. I'm not actually 100% sure how this works. So, you know, if this was in any way like incorrectly directed support, you know, we won't do this anymore. But appreciate that support, Jerry, whatever it means. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this going back to SACH. So, right, it's saying this is a REIT, right? And REITs have to do payout 90%, I believe, is the break point. And what you're seeing was, as we looked, since the rebound coming out of lockdowns and hitting this high here of 6.5, we're actually seeing the payouts, the dividends go lower and lower, right? We went from 10 to 12 to, you know, 8. Now we're down to 5. So that's not a good sign. We'd have to check exactly what is in the portfolio in regards to the real estate assets. I don't know much. What's this? Q1 revenue 11.4 million versus 16.8. No. See, that's what I mean. That's a very big miss. So is this residential or are these commercial buildings, right? What's the vacancy rate? I would need to dive in, but I would say right here at first glance, seeing that dividend go down is not a good sign. 56 million. Like, where do you people even find these? You know, no disrespect to you. Look, see what just happened? What happened here? Did we have, like, you know what I mean? Do we have like 7 office buildings and one building is now completely empty from 23 to 24? You know what I'm saying? Like that, you know, that's what you'd have to find out. You know, because again, I know sometimes you see other investment vehicles like this perform well, like Realty Income, right? Ticker symbol O, which in my opinion is massively overvalued. But the whole world buys into that thinking it's, you know, the gold standard for a REIT. So it's holding its value, but okay. Equity going up, drops down to sub 200 million. The last 2 quarters, assets dropped. Liabilities down a little bit. Are we looking here? All right, so apparently operating expenses are really hitting them in Q4. Damn. Yeah, so this, again, it might not be the end of the world because it looks like it's like every other kind of quarter situation, but this, yeah, this might take like a year or 2 to rebound. Preferred dividends. We see our shares increase, but have kind of been holding. I don't know, man. The misses in revenue again, the drops. I wanted to do a donation, but this is what came up, so I hope it helps. Yeah, I don't know what we did, honestly. But yeah, we won't do that anymore. What does this do? Uh, Well, that's okay. I appreciate it. If that made you a member, it's like $3 a month. I think I'm currently charging. So again, worst case scenario, that should be the big cost to you. And then like I said, if that's what it did, then yeah, you could just cancel that if you want. But yeah, the equity on this has been dropping. Yeah, it's sketchy, but was curious if you saw anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What time is it? 3 o'clock? I guess we could go to the website quick. Oh, okay. So what is this, like a complex somewhere on the water here? Looks very nice. Yeah, seeing this, and this actually does look pretty cool. You know, you got some space, you got some nature, a little water. Oh, baby. Doing bridge loans. Just did 100 million raise for notes. Nope. Nope. In my opinion, nope. But they do have preferred shareholders, which again, if it goes belly up, those are the first ones to be paid. So I would say, in my opinion, if you're able to get these preferred shares, I guess, if you believe in it, I don't know. See, we're seeing this pattern everywhere, or at least I am. I don't know if it's gonna, come to fruition, but head, shoulder, head, shoulder, right? I'm seeing this pattern in a lot of places, it looks like. So, honestly, in general, I'd hold back. Being a member is lit. I appreciate that, Nick. Again, I said, down the road, you know what it is? I just don't want to constantly talk about this stuff as well. You know what I mean? And I know that may seem unfair to you, but essentially all I did was start learning about the market and, like study for the 7 and talk to people about investments. And I've technically been doing that for like over the last 15 straight years. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to just completely like burn myself out. Not to the point of, oh, I'm working so many hours, I'm exhausted. To the point of, like beating a dead horse, as they say, and I'm just like constantly talking about like the same things and like repeating the same things, but I did want to, as I said, possibly try to find some of the old books and stuff that I got from the Series 7 and kind of walk you guys through that, so you have kind of like what you're learning now from like, maybe a couple people like me and you're learning from online, maybe you read a book or two, right? But if we can also kind of walk you through like A to Z of everything that's in like the Series 7 books and whatnot, then you can also technically learn the, like the textbook side of investments as well. You know what I mean? So I was thinking of doing that for members. I know right now it says nothing, but I know that's a little leash, so I put out a handful of videos in the past for my members only. And yeah, moving forward, maybe I'll do something like that, where we can do like little Series 7 little discussions. And yeah, take it from there. Just an idea. HGraphs back to 71. We're on the move. Oh my god, how beautiful it looks. Yours truly owns 0 shares. 0. Yeah, we are dancing around, flattening out. Came back up. What did that hit? 71.58. 71.69. Yeah, so it ran up basically exactly and rebounded about half a cent shy of the previous high. Yeah, so this looks like it wants to keep going up. Again, we have some blocks coming in. What's the volume there? 159,000, 229,000. Again, block. See, that's what I mean. That's good. That's brokerage terminology right there if you want to start learning some of the terms and stuff. Round lot, 100 shares. Block of shares, 10,000. Oil staying up. Staying up. Oh, age graph. Age graph. Honestly, some pointers on technical analysis would also be cool. Something similar to what you did on the options video. Yeah. Yeah, we could go over some tech analysis too and, point out how to draw some trend lines, maybe what kind of patterns to keep an eye on. And then, if we do see something, we can go back and see, how and why it worked out. And I mean, we did that yesterday, right? Technically, I pointed out in real time again the ascending triangle on SMCI, and we saw it pop up and run together. So you could have made money on that, real quick. Little tech analysis, a quick little trade for you. But yeah, we could do some tech analysis. I just feel like that's what like everyone talks about, you know what I mean? And that's supposedly what people are paying for, and they want a tech analysis course. And again, at the end of the day, like I feel like it doesn't really help anybody, I feel like I don't know. I see all these people charging and writing books and right. What was that other guy you mentioned before? He's doing a show and I got a Patreon page and stuff. All these people are bringing in so much money, and yet at the end of the day, I feel like 80-90% of people have no idea what they're doing, which begs the question. Who are the people they're even helping? Like I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to bash any of them. I'm sure there's people out there I never heard of that have decent success rates and always respond to people right away. I don't know. That's honestly the biggest thing, really, is I try to always respond to right away. You guys know. Again, if you leave a comment, you may only have to wait a few hours, and that's usually if I'm sleeping. If I'm awake, usually I see your comment, it's not even up there for that long, and I'll, immediately give you a like and give you a reply back. I was told it's all about engagement. I guess only time will tell. Yeah, don't worry about it, Nick. We'll be all right. We'll put out a bunch of content for everybody, all types of content. Like I said, we'll go back. We'll look at maybe one or two of the textbooks if you guys want. We can go over just a couple of tech patterns, what to look for. And I also feel like we need to do a vocab lesson as well, believe it or not, because it's just random things, like the beta. Again, I've started mentioning the beta sometimes in recent videos over the last couple of months or whatever it's been, but in the beginning I wasn't, and I don't know like if people really know what a beta is, you know what I mean, or if people like really know what the float is. So that's why it's hard to know what to talk about, because everyone's at different stages. This person knows this, and that. This other person doesn't know anything about tech analysis. You know what I mean? You're all on different levels, so yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we do. I guess that's why all these people write a book and come up with some bullshit course and then sell it to you. Guess that makes sense now. Oh man, make myself laugh. That's it. Sometimes you got to YOLO into Agecraft. That's what I'm talking about. Look at this stock. We're gonna hit new highs. We are gonna hit new highs, man. I'm gonna leave you with a moment of silence. I'm gonna go get a drink or something. Oh. Wow, I'm all out of Febreze. Actually, next time I'll say air freshener. Screw them, they don't pay me. Yep, 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 yep. Hmm. 72, 71.99. Might be preparing to pop in the last 40 minutes. We will see. Still like Arco. I haven't looked at a while. Sold at 850, small profit, down to 7. Oh, Arco, yeah, I forgot about Arco. This is the, I guess we'll call it the South American / Caribbean McDonald's. Down at 7. Oh, just broke support. Still in that downward channel. If you recall, though, this is what we just saw with AMD, and then you had boom. So, you know, I will say I have seen like the shares going up a little bit, but the revenue seems to be holding. Again, it's McDonald's, right? And you can see that from, you know, it was holding its own, had a nice up, tightening, and then possibly would have broken up, right? Because you can see like the tightening of this triangle here. So it looks like it might have even broken up. But of course we had the lockdowns, boom. It took a year or so, but it got back to where it was. And you can see it just continued to step up and up and up, getting up to about 13. You know, that's a big run. And that's why now, you know, it's been in a downtrend. You know, it's down almost like 50% from those highs. And this is where people would lose faith. And if we go back, we can see, you know, look, you're bringing in over $1 billion a quarter. EPS beat, very slight miss on revenue. Then you have revenue beat, EPS miss. Now you have earnings coming up in about 2 weeks. So, I mean, I know it broke here, and I guess you could make the argument, well, a lot of domestic stocks have been, you know, performing very well. We're hearing about investments, money flowing into these companies, what they're looking to build, and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, the money could have simply, a chunk of it could have flowed out just because this is more of an international play. But let's actually compare it to the dollar. Very interesting. Could be the recent movement in the dollar. 1.5 billion market cap, getting a dividend over 3 1/3% right now yielding. Look at the PE down to 11. The beta, again, beta volatility of a stock in relation to the overall volatility of the market. It's about as a fifth as volatile as the market. 2 beats, 2 misses. Expecting 8 cents on 1.14. And that's what I mean. Annually, you know, we're still technically growing, ticking higher, higher. Profits dipped a little bit in 24. Again, we could the hell's the word? We could tie that to the rising cost of beef and commodities. 108, yeah, so they were in line with slightly less profit this time last year. So, yeah, now, this time last year, 1.11 billion. And we're looking for 1.14 billion. So, yeah, in my opinion, they have to show that growth. They have to show that growth. So, if they did 111, you really, right now in this moment, you have to report more than 111. Even if it's not 114 and you report 113, you have to report more than 111 in my opinion. Otherwise, it may continue to drop down. However, again, I mean, we're talking 4.5 billion in revenue, market cap 1.5 billion, right? So again, that's what I mean. If we just look at the numbers, again, look, equity had a slight dip here and then bounced back to the highest it's been, to 516 million. Costs are kind of in check. Operating expenses went up a little bit. So again, you know, that could be the reason why they're keeping them down. Operating income down to 45 as of last quarter, 45 million, right? That's the lowest it's been going back the last 7-8 quarters. So, like, I can understand why they're keeping it down. I just don't know how long they can keep it down because, again, it really should start to climb back up. Again, you can see number of shares staying the same, right? The debt, I know the debt increased. Dividend, increasing year over year. The debt has been increasing. But again, they're not really missing EPS by a mile consistently. You know, it's not. The debt is increasing, but again, the cash, we're up to 400 million, according to this, as of last quarter. Free cash flow minus 62. There goes with the keyboard. This time last year was minus 70. Now it's minus 62 million. So a lot of these numbers are kind of trending in the right direction. Short-term liabilities now outweighing assets. Yeah, I still do think it's undervalued. And, yeah, market cap, $3-4 billion. I mean, you know, that'd be what, $14, $15, $16 a share. Yeah, I mean, I do still kind of stick by that analysis. You know, it just doesn't always happen right away, or how you think it's going to happen, or, you know, whatever. Age graph. Nope. Age graph, new highs. 73, 92. Oh, I love it. Love it. Up. 74. H graph. We got some dubs in the chat. What do you say, chat? What do you say? That's another reason why I didn't want to start streaming either. I got to start talking to you. Hey, what's up, chat? Let me get some dubs in the chat. Yo, I'm going to go out and get a ham sandwich. What do you think about that, chat? Like, I can't, you know, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I can't even listen to it, let alone do it. Age graph. On the move. Again, I make money moves, you know what I'm saying? I don't have time for nonsense. When I get to the status, you know, and I'm out there looking at islands and stuff, because you know that's coming, right? Because you know I'm an island boy, so, you know, I'm going to get out there, I'm going to get my own island and stuff, so that's what I mean. We get to that point, then we can have fun. And I'll go live every day, say, hey, what's up, chat? I'm over here on the island, man. Look at this coconut right here. You ever see a coconut like this? And I'll have, you know, 80 million followers. for talking about coconuts. Because that's what people care about. You like that, RD? Because I'm an island boy. Trying to make it. You know what's wild? They supposedly did make it, but apparently they're in like a worse position than when they even got famous. I don't even know how that happens. These people are crazy, man. I think we should have mandatory CAT scans. That's what I think. Right? Give everybody a scan. Like, you know, like, are you alright up there? Are you, like, operating properly? Alright, alright. Go to work. Start streaming from that island soon. It's gonna be like Castaway, but not depressing. Agecraft. Come out and play. Too good? Just too damn good? Now, just imagine, right? If I had the money like some of these other people, they're out here selling courses, they're doing, donate on Patreon, they're sitting there, you know, 6 figures. Imagine I had that when I started this channel. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Might be on the 2nd or 3rd island by now, right? Be looking at 2 tree islands. I'm gonna get 2 tree islands. Apparently, I'll get a bridge loan from Sock'em Capital or whatever, Rock'em Sock'em Capital. They're giving out bridge loans like crazy. I mean, they're not making any money, but they gave out $1 billion in bridge loans or whatever they said. And, yeah, we just build us a nice little island complex. Start shipping y'all out. That's it. We'll all be island boys. That's it. Call up the SEC. Say, hey, listen, I got an island REIT over here. You ever hear of one of those? Bang, let's go. Get me listed. Give us a $10 billion valuation. I know we got 5 huts on 3 islands, but $10 billion. Easy. Get the best rates on my island. The best. Because that's what people don't realize. Once you have money, it's easy to make money. Isn't that hilarious? It's extremely difficult to get money. But once you have money, it's easy. I'm an island boy. 74.6 cents on Hgraph. Unbelievable. And I remember talking about it to people at like 14, 15 cents, and I was like, yeah, you know, I found a pretty cool stock that you might want to look at. Oh, you know, I'm not really in the market anymore. Yeah, all right, buddy, no problem. No problem. Oh, yeah, by the way, it's up 500%. All right. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Give you a call from the island. Average view duration up to 18 minutes and 11 seconds. All right, shout out. Shout out to the viewers. I guess the higher all these numbers are, the better. So, yeah, I don't care. If you're watching, get up, go make a sandwich. Looking for that view duration. We got some rookie numbers here. We got to pump these numbers up. I got 20 likes. I see shorts of like kids you know, they go out, they get a slice of pizza, and you know, they have like 238,000 likes. So why don't you go ahead and spread the word? 20 likes is not enough. 20,000 will be all right. I'll stop badgering you guys. You get me 20,000, then I'll be like, all right, that's a good number. But 20 likes? 20 likes? Ah, it's rough. It's rough. Sitting here watching HGraph change lives while I am holding 0 shares. Who's better than me, huh? Who's better than me? You're so used to everyone out there pumping and dumping. You got someone here bringing you something that's pumping, and I'm still living in the dumping. You understand? I'm living in the dumpster. And here you are, up 400-500%. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And the sad part is, if I like ran outside right now and started like, I don't know, screaming dumb crap to people walking by, I'd probably go viral tomorrow. Embarrassing. Oh yeah. It's very hot today. Warm today. Warm yesterday. Even warmer today. I hold 0-2, let's go. Yeah, it's all about you, isn't it? Ridiculous. And yeah, I don't know how the stream looks, but again, it's keeping this warning up here telling me about the saying my bit rate is lower than they recommend. So I don't know, like what does that keep it from lagging, or like you get a clearer picture or something? I don't know what that does on your end, but I'll try to remember to change that next time. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're just sitting here, you know, we're just watching HGraph, you know, just giving true kudos to me. We're all here because of me and no one else. So sticking my chest out a little bit, sitting here enjoying myself. If you just joined us, spread the word. Stock's up 600%. Oh yeah, baby. We're seeing markets sell off too. Somebody revving their bike. Sorry about that. We're seeing the Dow pull back now. NASDAQ now falling hard. As you can see, back below this trend line now. Potentially coming up, meeting with this one, which is off the screen. But, yeah, we'll say like here. Could potentially drop about another 50, 60 points on the NASDAQ. We'll see how we close. Yeah, S&P as well. We got up, right? We were trying to get above that resistance. We were dancing around it. Then you can see we just rejected there in the last couple of minutes. 3:30 dump. 3:30 dump. And sometimes I'll say something like, yo, pay attention, 3 o'clock's coming. And people are like, what does that mean? Amateurs. HGraph pulled back to... Is that Chris? Chris with the 499. Hey! Love you, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Because again, when you wake up and you choose a mission to, you know what? Let's change some lives today. You deserve a little recognition, right? A couple of bucks here and there. That's why, again, people come in here and they come in my Discord and they're like, oh, did you see what Tom Lee said? And it's like, yo, did you message Tom Lee and tell him what I said? How about that? How about that, huh? Telling me what other people say. You're seeing it in real time. I don't care what anyone's saying. That's what separates the men from the boys, you understand? Unbelievable. A little bit of a sell-off here. VIX up 5%, but it's delayed, of course. Yields now down 2%. Interesting. Yields dropping. Stocks dropping. Oil holding. Silver climbing. Right? We were like here or something, right? And I was saying, SLV calls, might be a good idea. They're always cheap. Look at that bird. Look at that bird. It's like a gift, really. AMD holding 2%. All right, quiet out there. Oh, my goodness. I hate people. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that, but I just did. All right? Come at me, bro. So we have the Dow dropping now at the lows of the day, going into the close, roughly 20 minutes to go. DIA puts. Of course, I didn't have enough cash to get filled, so they dropped. But DIA puts should be up a couple of bucks. Yep. We are dropping. Oh, we're up to 21 likes. Whoa, slow down. Slow down, guys. Look at that oil. Pulling the ultimate fake out. And that's why, again, that's as we said, that's why you can't trust straight up tech analysis, right? Because we were looking, again, you guys can see it. We had the big drop. We had like the sideways flag going, and I mentioned it in regular videos, but I did a members only video and I was talking about puts here on USO with this bear flag and the potential break, right? And I said, oh, they might spike it back up to like the moving average and then bring it back down. And it's hilarious how they bring it up to fake out what the TA was showing, to bring it back down to reiterate the initial pattern to spike it right back up. And again, that's why even if you're watching and you're good with options and you never take, you know, any of my ideas, that's fine. That's fine. But you know as well as I do, it's difficult. It's difficult. Shout out to Jerry with the 10. Oh, 10, 10, 10. I see ya. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. I'll give you a little heart. Oh, that means so much. Wow. You're 2 for 2 today. Wow, look at you. Very generous. I appreciate that. Always appreciate that support. Yeah, I didn't know what that other thing was, honestly, but if you click on that to be a member, then I don't know, I might take that off. I don't know if I want it like that. PM been holding up. I see we had the drop down. I have a triangle. There it is. Look at this, huh? My goodness. Climbs to the top of the range, low hundreds. Gets up to 186. Right? And you're getting paid a dividend. Back here, it was yielding like 5.5%, if you recall. That's why I was so bullish on it. Gotta love it. And we're looks like trying not to slide too much. We could come down, meet up with this moving average for 498. About another 70, so that'd be down to like 300. That's not even that much. Not nowadays, you know, nowadays, that's nothing. In the old days, people would be flipping out. You see the Dow down 300 points. Shares retreat, euro dips, oil prices soar with tariffs in focus. So that's why, as we know, under Trump, it's rough, man. It's rough, because today you got a trade and it's lining up, and then tomorrow, you know, he says something, all of a sudden it's the opposite of what the hell, and now you're scrambling. It's rough. It's rough. I can't like the donation, but I could reply to it. How the hell does that make sense? Whatever. SB holding flat. Yep. Trying that little last minute clawback. Oh, 22 likes. How you doing? Dollar still staying green. Silver just reversed and dropped down red. We have Fed tomorrow. Is that what this is referring to? Yep, both yields now down 2%. 10-year 4.32. 20-year 4.85. And we can see if we look at the last month, and you can see we just dropped back down to like almost 3-week lows. That was almost 3 weeks ago. And we may come down to, I mean, it had a big spike up right there, which looks like may have formed a little bull flag. That was 481. So we may continue to keep slipping on the 10 and 20 year. Have to see what the dollar wants to do. Looks like, again, potential double bottom even maybe, so it might pop back up. So we might see the dollar rise, the yields drop, and stocks drop also. Market's fighting. Trying not to slip too much. Got oil up 3.5% still. Yip, 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 yip. PM climbing up 3% going into the close. Oh, baby. Can't keep a good man down. Yeah, so if we go back also, yeah, you can see, I mean, those estimates jumped up. Those estimates jumped up. I think they were just above 10. And, you know, people are like, oh, I went from 10 to 10.3. What's the big deal? It's like, that's 300 million in revenue. You know what I'm saying? And looks like they got about half that. So, again, that's what I mean. Like, you know, could it be viewed as overvalued? Did they technically miss? Yeah, that's why, you know, they dropped it down. But, yeah, maybe like these 150s, these 160s could still be a decent buy because, again, they won't step it down all the way back to here unless A, markets really start to sell off, right? They're going to have to drop it down. Or B, you would need, because again, see how it stepped up, right? Because they saw a continued huge increasing demand for the Zin, and look, we kept beating earnings healthily, right? So we were stepping, and now you can see we missed, so we stepped. And that's what I mean. Like, you would need this type of trend to continue in order to see something like PM really pull back and take hits. So, you know, if it flattens out here, if they happen to miss again, boom, you know, they step it down. If it happens to miss again, boom, they step it down. So you would need, you know, a couple of quarters like that in succession. So if you're looking at something like PM, you might still be all right. Got some nice volume coming in here the last couple of minutes. Indices trying to fight. We're trying. I love to sing about the moon and the June and the spring. I love to sing. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so we got like 10 minutes left. Are there any earnings you guys are watching for? I don't even know. I didn't even look. I know we looked yesterday. But, yeah, I'll stay on live for a little bit if you guys want. If you want to see how some of these people report. Oof. Can't even open a window anymore. Oh, where am I? HGraph just wants more. HGraph just wants more. And you can see, look, it keeps topping out 2-3 times, right? Forming that tightening triangle and then popping. I mean, literally, like all day. I mean, you know, it happened to break here, but again, you can see, look, flattening, tightening, the pop, the reset, and the pop. Flattening, you know, the pop. And you can see flattening, tightening, right? Flattening. Actually, gotta zoom in really close. I can't even see. What was this time? 74.6? 74.65. Wow, and it's funny. It moved half a cent, but it looks so off. Right? But you can see, basically. There's your, you know, there's your high. Got a little tightening taking place. So, HGraph, what a call. I tell you, I am so good at this. Oh, it's wild. Got SB earnings. Let's do earnings quick. Let's do earnings quick. Let's see. Visa Yeah, Visa, I'd probably give them the benefit of the doubt. Company's a powerhouse. 959, 985. My goodness. Revenue up almost 100% from lockdowns just roughly 5 years ago. All right, so we've been on the up and up. Margins slipped. Now we're going into Q3. You're looking for what? 985. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That might be a little high. You do see how it's tightening. I don't know. I would drop it lower, but I don't even know if it'd be worth even trying to play it. I really don't. What else we got? Mara. I mean, again, a minor, like, Bitcoin's been up, so they should beat, but it's a toss-up. Who knows? Starbucks. I would consider maybe Starbucks puts, in my opinion. S-Bucks. Get some X-Bucks puts. Yep. Yep. X-Bucks puts. What do we got? Seagate. STX. Oof. 2.4 now. 32 billion. So what's that? About 8 billion a year. They're at 32 billion. It's a little cheaper than some other tech stocks. Growing very nicely. Took a big hit annually. Bouncing back nicely though over the quarters. 2.3 down to 2.1, up to 2.4. Yeah, I'd buy puts on STX. I think I would. I think I'd do puts on STX. Teradyne, what's this? Tech stock. $14.5 billion. Teradyne, I'd buy puts actually. Buy puts on TER. Again, it's just my opinion. Earnings, complete gamble. Cheesecake Factory. I think it's been on the up and up. Nice big curl here. Yeah, they might actually drop it and just, channel it down if they want a cup and handle. Up to 900 mil. They missed there, but went higher. 920 went lower. 927 went higher. 947. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd buy puts on cake. That's just me. EA, oh my goodness, they're still in business. Two on 2.3, 1.8 on 1.5, 1.2. 37 billion. My goodness. I would actually buy calls on EA. Avis. Poof. Went right back to that tightening, but then it broke down. And we climbed all the way back up to where we were, so I would assume it would go down. So I would buy puts on Avis. And just a couple of names. Looked at a couple of names for you. Dow trying to bounce back a little bit. Right back up to that trend line. Pausing. Climbing into close, PM. Oof. Looking strong. Looking strong. Dow dancing around the trend line. Oh, we're up to 22 total likes. All right, team. I see you. I see you, team. So we'll pull up some earnings as we see them. See how some of these people are doing. On Visa for now. Stepping away for a minute. Oh, you gotta stretch a little bit. Oh. Oh, you're welcome, you're welcome. Don't worry about it. Can't get H-Graph yet, it sucks. A lot of that going around. Oh, and there goes Visa. It is everywhere you want to be. What else we got here? Mara up about 3%. Numbers slow. Whoa. Starbucks swung to 87.5. EPS 50 cents. Below estimates. Not seeing revenue. Starbucks currently down 1.7. For a steeper than expected drop in global sales. Telling you, man. I think people are done with Starbucks. I don't know why it's going back to where it was, but I think people might be done. I know they had people like staging walkouts and stuff. I don't know. That company's been upside down for like years. I have no idea what's going on over there. Oh, okay. In other news, I forgot that I had an open order for a put on the Dow. So I now have a put on DIA. So let's go market dump. We say team, dump it. Get some down arrows in the chat. How you doing? Just a simple Italian from New York, even though Nick thinks I'm from Boston. This guy's crazy. Oil. Yeah, we're on the up and up here. I'm gonna do a nice little curl. Get up to almost 70, it looks like. Ah. Let's go back to Visa. Visa is now down. Whoa. Show more. Show them all. Looks like an EPS beat. Profit rises on resilient customer spending. That's because we're in an endless cycle where we have to keep spending. 284 on 985. Oh, yeah, it didn't load. Okay. Telling me to go to the website. Too lazy to do that. Visa currently down about 1.7%. EPS beat. EPS beat. Oh, yeah. Stream is up to 22 likes. How you doing? 22. Lucky number 22. Visa dropping a little bit, back down 1.6, 1.7% now. Let's go back to Mara. Mara's staying up. Looks like about 2%. Starbucks is down. Let's check STX. STX down 259 on 244. So they beat top bottom line. Sees Q4 EPS 224. So that might be below what we were looking for. And you can see STX currently down about 8% after hours, dropping from low 150s down to the high 130s. What do we also look at? Paradigm. It's coming out later. Is cake out yet? T-Doc. Anybody looking at T-Doc? Whoa! T-Doc is up 4%. Second quarter lost 19 a share. Rev 630. Beat on revenue. Posted a more narrow than expected loss. Very nice. Very nice for T-Doc, seeing about a 5% bump right here. Guiding 2.5 to 2.55 billion for the year. Teladoc. What'd they just post? 6.6. Yeah, I think this might be a buy actually right here, even at around $8, believe it or not. If you wanted some after hours action. Hmm. Hmm. Avis down 4.5%. The 220 on 299. Liquidity position at end of Q2 is nearly 950 million. Real. $600 million. On a lot of liquidity. Down to 264. I think that was like exactly. I think that was exactly where I said it could go. Up right now. Almost a nickel after hours. Almost 2 times average daily volume. Had some sells though. A couple of people might have exited as we broke below these trend lines. Who else is reporting? Caesar. Looks like a beat on revenue. Q2 loss 82 mil. Yeah, they might slowly bring that one down. But the revenue is there always, right? For these casinos, these gaming stocks. The revenue seems to always be there. Logitech. Operating income 162 million. Looking for about $1 on 113. Sales 115 billion, up 5% compared to last year. Very nice. Gross margin 41.7, down 110 basis points. Operating income up 6%. Cash flow 1.5 billion, very nice. 122 million share purchases. Oh, let's see the outlook. Okay, 114 to 119. Okay. Yeah, Logitech brand name in the space. If you're not familiar, you know, they make, well, now they have everything, but mice, headsets, right? They do keyboards now, right? So, Logitech's a brand name in the gaming space and the PC space, so usually pretty stable results from Logitech. I know it's done pretty well over the years. See how STX is doing. Yep. Again, we were right near the trend line, right? And could have been viewed as overvalued. I mean, excuse me, not really as overvalued, just overextended near the trend line, right? It happens. SB taking it. $0.01. 1 cent. And we needed 6. What goes on here? Net revenue 65.7. Yep, they beat on revenue. We were looking for 62.5. Yeah, income was down to 1.7. EBITDA dropped Adjusted EBITDA down 4.5, 4 points. Operating expenses saw a big bump, as you see here, 6.6, 5.7. Again, this time last year about 6.2, but saw a little bit of a bump there. These are now the highest it's been, but we know that they're working and they restructured the whole shipping fleet and whatnot, so they also spoke about putting like right, it was like environmentally friendly, like an efficient coating or something. We spend money today to make money later. Cash technically up about 50% from this time last year, sitting at about 125 mil, it looks like. You can see credit facility, we spoke about that increasing as well. Unsecured debt is up, and secured debt is up. Total debt is up. Now up to 47 vessels. Age of fleet, 10.25 years. Debt per vessel, technically up quarter over quarter, even year over year. Facility. As of July 18, Phase 3 new build program consisted of 18 vessels in total, including contracts for 2 methanol dual-fueled Kamsarmax new builds. 12 of such new build vessels have already been delivered to the company. Aggregate capex for the new build program approximately $662 million, with $486.2 million, or 73%, already paid. Company continuing environmental upgrade program of its existing fleet, right? We were just talking about this. Low cost friction. As of July 18, company expects 30 days downtime for dry dock third quarter, 58 downtime days for fourth quarter. All right, so could potentially even see some mixed numbers next quarter as well, but I do still think over the long run, I think it's in decent shape. And again, if you recall, even when we looked last quarter, we had book value around 7, so that's what I mean. Even if it just took like a 10-15% hit, even if it's down at $6 a share now, I mean, stock's at 380, 4. So I do still like it. CapEx for our order book was about $250 million, of which $76 million has been paid. $175 million remains outstanding. Oh, okay. We see last week entered an agreement. Sold a 2007 Japanese built dry bulk vessel, $12.5 million. Going to the new owners between August and October 25. Sale is part of the company's ongoing fleet renewal strategy aimed at improving environmental performance and maintaining competitiveness under increasingly stringent regulatory environment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, see, operated 46.7 vessels on average, compared to 45.43 vessels. So we technically have more doing less, but again, we're outfitting a lot of these vessels, so You are going to have a little bit of downtime, they're saying, but as of right now, I personally still like it over the long term. If you don't like it, you like something else, obviously that is fine. It's just my opinion. Sorry if I'm silent, I'm just reading to myself here. Middle East, war in Ukraine. Yeah, they can't all be winners, can they? Yep. These are down 2.5%. Mara up 5% right now at about 17.5. Oh, okay. Revenue surged 64% to 238 million, up from 145 million. Oof. Net income 808.2 million. Net loss 200 million last year. Adjusted EBITDA reaching 1.2 billion compared to a loss of 125 million. Company mined 2,358 Bitcoin in Q2, 170% increase in Bitcoin holdings, which now stand at 49,951 Bitcoin. Energized hash rate grew by 80%. Yeah, honestly, I forgot what that is. Cost per petahash per day improved by 24%. I guess that's good. 52% increase in total blocks won, reaching 694 in Q2 of 25. New data center. They have a wind farm, okay. Year-end target of 75 exahash, that's what it was, and generate more than 50% of its revenue from international markets by 2028. Company is also exploring ways to support hybrid applications, including AI inference and HPC, to maximize the value of its infrastructure. So, sounds like Mara, with some pretty decent numbers there. Again, they brought in what, 260 million or whatever it said. We were looking for 227.9, so pretty good bump there for Mara. Yeah, I remember this back in the day. This used to be $1 stock. And they were like, "Oh, we're doing Bitcoin." Everybody, what? What? Yeah, so you're gonna have to watch that resistance, obviously. What was this? 409. Yeah, so like there. Actually, yeah, like there. So it's up here now at 17. You might see it run up to like 18-ish. Get back above that 20-day moving average. Right, and then if we do like one of these, right, you'll see it'll make hopefully it'll make a higher high for you on this good news. Bang, come up here, make a higher high, come up to the trend line, 23. Then it might actually pop up and out. It's all about the Bitcoin, and Bitcoin keeps climbing, so doing pretty well so far. Let's recheck Starbucks. What time is it? 4:30. Starbucks now on the up and up 4.7%. Huh. Interesting. Honestly, in my opinion, I really thought they'd be down 4 or 5%. So this might be one where, if it's up in the AM, maybe you want to let it run a little bit, right? Let's see. 95, 91. It's close enough, right? So you might see it's here. You might see a run up here, right? 98 and change, maybe top trend line 99.70, and then the reject comes. Struggles to perk up sales, right? That's what I mean. This stock really should be down, not up. So they might be popping it just to burn out the traders. But in my opinion, again, if this opens up here and it's like here, in my opinion, I would buy puts based on just a few little highlight updates that we got. Just an idea, just my opinion. Seagate down to 142. Yeah, it was at like 136. Slowly coming back up. Technically, they did beat, but again, we were kind of topped out on the technical side, so we'll see. They might, again, drop them down here and just kind of bring them down a couple of points. So you have to see how it keeps trading. Again, you still technically have about 3.5 hours in extended trading, and then, of course, you got to watch pre-market. Cake up 2.9%. 25 new restaurants, really? And again, maybe it's me. I don't know. Maybe I know weird people, but I don't know anyone who goes to Cheesecake Factory. DPS 114. Yeah, we're looking for 106. Cake with another decent quarter. Revenue 955.8. Estimates were 947.2. Cheesecake Factory, CAKE, continuing to impress. Stock up about 3.6% after hours. Uh, what stock am I talking about? I don't know. You're delayed. I don't know what I was talking about. All I know is I've been streaming for 6 hours and I need something to eat. All right, we're done here. I want to thank you all for hanging out. Oh man, we got 22 likes on the stream, 6 hours. Hit 18 viewers at the peak. Not bad, not bad. Took a little 6 hour stream session for you guys. And I just saw a bunch of people just join. Are you kidding me? Come on. But yeah, if you guys missed the stream, you know, you want to join the Discord or whatever, leave me a comment. I'll send you a link, ask a question, whatever you want. But yeah, I'm done. This was way too long, so I'll still be in Discord, but I'm going to end the stream here. So thanks everyone for your time, your support, your donations. The new member, again, shout out, Jerry. Appreciate you. And talk to you guys later.